They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, upside down. We can feel an order getting in our way. We don't need the rule of yesterday. Breaking down the borders, tearing down the sides. Hear this one last time. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, up and down. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down, upside down, upside down, up and down. Up and down. They just want your head moving up and down, up and down, up and down. They got inside your head, flip it upside down.
What is sleep? What is sleep, chat? Oh, oh, what the fuck? Oh, hello. Ooh, oh wait, my microphone is set. Ooh, that is a lot of gain. Let's go down. Let's go down, chat. We're going down together. Let's go -5, I think. -4, 3. I think -3 is good for this microphone. Hello, you bark, I bark, we all bark. We all bark. What does a dog made out of wood say? 3 bar. I will murder you. I will actually murder you. Actually murder you. I can hear myself. I don't want to do that. Murder you. That is bad. I can hear myself. Hello? I don't want to do that. Murder you. That is bad. What the fuck is wrong with my mouse now? Help! Help! I'm stuck. What the fuck is wrong with my mouse now? Help! Help! Ah! I'm stuck. What the fuck is wrong with my mouse? What the fuck? Help! Ah! I'm stuck. I can't move my mouse. Help! Ah! I'm stuck. I can't move my mouse. Help! Ah! I'm stuck. What the fuck is happening with Fiance? Help! Ah! I'm stuck. What the fuck is happening with Fiance? Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. I can't move. Okay, there we go. There we go. We fixed it. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck was that? Holy shit. Echo. Marp, marp, marp. No, you have no idea. You have... What the hell? Okay, I think it's stabilized. Infinity mirror, but with the meow. We're mirror dwellers, but without a mirror, chat. Oh, now I know what happened. My right controller turned off for some reason. The fuck? There we go. It's back. Can you tell I'm different today, chat? Can you tell? Can you tell? Can you tell? Okay, this goes over here. I want to switch to the camera. And we're sideways for some reason. No. There you go. You can do it via chat. Yeah. We're starting to get a musical. Should I do the Ayla song? Oh. I am very fucking dark on this world, but whatever. I like the. This is the issue I have in my avatar.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, seep. I do have gamer stuff today. Like, this is an issue I have in my avatars. There's so many pretty worlds and I look like trash. I guess. Oh, there's a light source. Perfect. There you go. Hi Kate, hi Kira, hi Okami, hi Warrens. How you guys be? Say hi. I feel like this is gonna be a slow night. I'm like super exhausted. Oh, do I sparkle? Ooh, I sparkle. That is kind of cool. There's a place I can stand for better light. Hold on, I'll shove my face on. No, where was it? Kinda, that works. Why are you doing the laundry? It's the RGB laundry, okay? my clothes were messed up, and now I have to do the laundry on stream, live. 24-hour stream of we all just staring at the laundry machine going wow, 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 wow. Cute? No, you're cute. Oh, I'm like super that shit. I don't know. I feel exhausted. I feel depressed. My legs hurt. I wasn't sure I was gonna even stream today, but I'm like, I'm gonna do it because if I don't do it, you guys are all gonna be like, wah. Nah, I'm joking. You're not. Oh, I mean, it was a big tons of bullshit happened, but at least we are safe now. What happened? Over here, it's just been snowing a lot. In Portugal is fucked, by the way. Like, there's a big storm going in Portugal. Like, houses are going down. Like, there's been 6 people like dead. Like, around. There's floods everywhere. Like, one of like the big billboard, like one of the famous, I guess famous, one of the big like billboards. It was like a giant triangle just fell. Like, it is insane. I've had like old friends or like people reaching out to me and like, hey, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't live there, man. I don't
get
know.
Stuck in those washing machines, otherwise I have to call you step bro.
I will put you in the washing machine. There's a blue, yellow, and red one. Which one do you want? Oh no, chat. I'm sorry, short landlord's girlfriend is a psychotic lunatic. Good luck, man. Start finding a place to to go. We love psychotic lunatics. LJ hungry, feed me. LJ, you better get your ass here in like 3 seconds or I will actually eat you. Like literally. Like I will upload you into that VOR social media thing that someone did. Alright. Have you guys seen that? That was so fucking stupid and funny. Come over then, yeah. Already have a new apartment, just waiting to move out. Ah, oh, good. Crazy lunatics will never change, trust me. I love how there's just a spot of light that can be in here, amazing stuff. It's not horny. Can I say that VOR media thing? I love your accent! Exclamation point accent plus. We can reuse the command. Exclamation point accent plus. Crazy. I was crazy once. Okay, but... Oh god, hold on. Let me scratch. There you go. LJ will be very tasty. You look like a little strawberry thing. Thank you, James, by the way. But there was... On Twitter, I was scrolling Twitter, and someone released something called Gulper.app. And I was like, what is this? I was like, this sounds like VOR. I'm sorry. Like...
Lizard.
This sounds like VOR. And I was googling into it and I'm like, yep, it's a VOR social media. Where instead of following people, you know where this is going, right? You eat them and like digest them. And I was like, yeah, that's thing. But they took the app off because it was like straining on the servers or whatever. I was looking at it. Okay, I'm a software engineer. That thing is AI generated. It has classic AI like front end like thing. It is completely vibe coded. I'm pretty sure. Allegedly, okay, that's my expert opinion. You have swallowers. Don't use it, LJ. Do not use that. I would not trust it. Tell me I'm a good boy. Are you a good boy though? Are you a cheese? You look like Parmigiano Reggiano, not gonna lie. Who is a good Parmigiano slice? Oh, there we go. Why is that word so big? Wait, why the word? What are you guys talking about? Oh, you're talking about the dick? Yeah, the dick's very big, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, I apologize. I can't control it. Second nature. Instead of falls, you have swallows. Probably, I don't know. I didn't see. The thing was off. I wanted to check. I was like, what is this? Like, this is such a bad idea. But apparently there's enough, like, people keep saying that, like, some kinks are weird, but there is enough people to make a social media about VOR. So I'm like, holy shit, you guys are crazy. LJ will be super famous there. Yeah, LJ is... I'm trying to tell you, then yell at you and then become silent. You're free to join, man. You can do the laundry with me. I'm probably gonna move places because this place is very dark. There's like another place here I can stand. Oh yes, perfect. Do you like me like this, chat? Do I look pretty now? Your heart rate monitors are off. No, I actually died. I'm dead right now. I have my heart rate. I'm just dead. This looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Hold up. We're onto something. This looks pretty good. Hello. Hold on. Can I give you like beans, but like on the yo? Oh fuck, Jesus. Oh, I almost died. Oh, my chair. That's oh god. I think I broke my. No, it's fine. Oh, okay. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I think this was the biggest scare I've had like in recent, like ever. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get my heart rate monitor. Snowy EMF 5. Who are you? Why are you dead? The bar popped out. Yeah, it went back and went pah. Holy shit. Oh. Man, I miss Phasmophobia. I miss having friends to play Phasmophobia. They're busy fucking like each other now, sadly. No one wants to play with me anymore. They only want to like bang or whatever. Kinda cringe. I'm gonna send out friend applications chat, and everyone needs to be a virgin to apply. Streamer once already scammed. This is how you sound like. Every time I read your messages, it's like me. I would gladly play. We'll fight you. How dare. Is Phasmophobia still relevant? Does it still have updates? I haven't touched that game in like a bagillion years. I don't think I'm that good at it. Here, I hate your new color. I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck? Yeah, I have seen an increase of war for some reason. I don't know, man. Joinable? Yeah, you can join. It's fine. I'm in a really slow day. I just wanna like, I literally just wanna chill on a pretty world, and I think I'm just gonna be on this one. I'm gonna get up eventually from my chair. Like, I'm actually really exhausted. 16k players? That's not bad, huh? That's not bad for the game, actually. I don't think so. Also, Lizard. Go outside is cold. Did you just become a dad without telling me, huh? Update. Delay the parents. Deploy update. Delay the parents. New Mayo. Yeah. I mean, it is a few days old now, so it's still fresh. Still fresh. It's a VWWW-fied Mayo. Makes sense? Yes. Next question. Don't worry about it. No VW. I killed it. I actually ate it. I ate it. Bookify. How I'm doing fine. I'm just like really exhausted today. Calling the popo. How dare you? How dare you? I am the popo. Why is there a knife? There's a knife down here. Can I grab it? You cannot grab the knife. Scammed. I was gonna stab you, but apparently I cannot commit murder anymore. Kinda sad. You spin my world. I'm Snowy. Oh, I'm Wyrens. Look at me. I'm Snowy's mod that likes to unmod myself. I'm Wyrens. I'm very straight. Oh, I like boobies. Big boobs. Ha ha ha. Whoa, look at me. I'm Wyrens. But also, I like penis if it's from LJ or whatever. Yeah, right. You're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone, Mr. Wyrens. I'm watching you. I'm gonna watch you with my big round eyes. There you go. Look at that. How dare you? I can see the gayness in you. Fake info. How dare. How the fuck are you a VIP? Excuse me? Wait, can... Oh... Jay, you can give away VIPs? If you like lead big PP mod or something? That's kind of cool. You couldn't do that before. I'm gonna leak your eyeball. Okay, I'm gonna back away. You ruined the moment. I don't want any eyeball licks. I'm sorry. This is too much. Too much. Too much. I will soon have the updated Nova Beast. Ooh. My papa not mod. Do you want to be a mod? You literally can be like here. You don't even need to be a mod. You can join and exist like here and hold me like Borgie. What do you mean, Rinst? Ah, I mean, fuck, I'm stupid. I thought you meant Papa. Papa juice. I don't know why I went. LJ wants to mod abuse. Can you mod LJ and mod Wyrons? I think that's even better. Mod abuse LJ. That's responsibility. Uh-huh. You gotta make sure, LJ, you're gonna be our like what the fuck is the name of your job? The airport guy person. You're gonna be that, but for my chat. You're gonna have I'm gonna give you a metal detector, and then when I start stream, you're gonna be patting everyone down and groping them, and then telling them it's safe, putting them in chat. So chat, new rule for stream: if you join, you gotta be touched by LJ. Just to check if everything is okay. Which I'm pretty sure no one's gonna mind. I'm gonna funnel your whole chat. There you go. You're a mod, LJ. Start pampering people. Start fondling them. Do not touch the domino. I'm sorry, domino, but you have to be touched because it's the rules. We have TSA rules. We can travel without it. Take it away. He's like, LJ Airport. It's like a big airport. It just says LJ Airport. It's like the thing. Is there any state in the US with the LJ initials? You should move there. This is yuckers. It kind of feels weird seeing you with the sword, not gonna lie. LJ should be a head mod. I know another thing you can be a head at. Get it? Huh? Get it? No? Too much? Love Jersey. Lewd Jersey. I don't think there's an LJ airport, right? Like an LJ International Airport. Can you guys Google LJ International Airport? Lewd Jersey. I'm from Lithuania, Jersey. None? No LJ anywhere? Man. How about somewhere in the world? Is there anything? There's an airport called PNS. The fuck is PNS? Penis? Ah, penis. Okay. Yo, where do you work? You have LGU, but that's in Slovenia. That can work. LGU. LG Universal. LJ, move to Slovenia right now. Love Juice Ultra. Ultra, it just starts. You go to TSA and you just see LJ and you're like boss fight. Meow 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 meow. There's a Delhi flight 621 flight. They go to Las Vegas. From where? Check DMs. Oh, I heard Akira. You didn't send me anything. That was just love juice, actually. I was like, whoa! God damn, that is thick, LJ. Gee, like actually building size thick. Where did you get this shit? No, I didn't. No, you didn't. I don't have anything. I don't have anything new. Oh. I was given a commission as a gift from a friend. It's amazing. Ooh, send me. I want to see. I don't... Did you join, Peter? Are you here? I can't see you. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Because I heard you like doing a weird shuffle noise and I'm like, what is happening?
Shuffle noise?
Yeah, like... I'm gonna block my input before I fucking stop streaming again.
Mm.
Meow, 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 meow. How you be? Oh yeah, that yes. Whoa, domino. Okay, domino. I'm gonna say it, domino. Your commission. It looks VAR related. It looks Vor Domino. What is this? You have the thing. You okay? No. I have one rule, chat. When I assess if something is Vor or not, if you have the dangly bit on your throat, it's Vor. Domino, you have the dangly bit. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Going into store. Oh, you better hurry the fuck up. I will show the VR picture it comes from. It looks really good though. It looks really good. It looks really good. It's really good art. But there's a little tongue, two little fangs, and throat. I'm like, that artist does Vor. You can see.
Yeah.
Oh, that is actually really cool. That is actually really cool. Yeah, I saw. I said yes. That's really cool, Lavino. It looks really close, actually. Lick it. I mean, can I show it? If you let me, I'll just show it on stream. Like, I'll just pull it down. I had a lot of people, like, I love people on my YouTube short asking, who's that guy in the middle? What's that model? I'm like, oh, that's custom. Sorry, can't get it. You're very happy today, huh? Do you not have face tracking? You're just like, yeah.
No face tracking.
Oh, it was pure fear in the form. Okay. I was like, I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
Yeah.
Kira is like, because of no work. Yeah, like the first DM I got from Kira today is like, yo, I'm free from work. You gotta go in VR later so you can put your balls on my face.
Yeah.
Apparently it's for the ref. I'm like, whatever, sure. It's, you know what? Why is whatever? Yeah.
Yeah.
Reference. Yeah, man, I'm gonna take a reference picture for an art piece. Do you wanna do it? Yeah. It's gonna take like 20 minutes to an hour. I'm just gonna get really into it just to make sure it's like very, like, you know, very. Like, we gotta convey the meaning. Shows not coming later. No, okay. So is it the 6-7 thing? We probably need to hurry up because it's dying. We wanted the 6-7 emote, like, as a joke. You know, imagine you mention balls and then you're like 6-7. Get it? Get it? Yes? No? Maybe. Reference video. You just like, you go commission an artist for like a sus piece and you're like, oh, here's a 20 minute ERP video. Can you like do this? And it's like, what the fuck, man? What? Oh, I will be shopping at Avatar. Yeah. Look, I'm like getting a new boss. I hope it goes well because it's been shitty. Get your heartbeat to 6-7. Do you want me to do it again? I'm feeling very exhausted today and like very anxious, so I don't think I can do it. I can try. Hold on. I gotta put my chair a little bit down. Let's see. I don't think I can go less than 63.
Yeah.
Ah, I think that's my limit. Oh, my arms are numb. Ah,
Yeah.
I don't think I can go lower than
Wait, English
63.
or Spanish?
Oh, that feels weird.
Whoever
I
moves
felt
first is gay.
Baby, you got something in your nose.
I gotta restart circulation.
Hope you find peace for yourself.
You gotta get below 60 to become a good sniper. Ah man, I'll train, okay? Story tried rip, time to vibe. Added emote alarm, amazing. Oh, Kiro, you know CPR? I think Kiro will shove his ass on my face if I died here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Also, why am I still mod? Share my stripe from 60 to 100. I can spike. I can spike more. Ooh, domino. I think my maximum is like 150, but that's like when exercising. I don't think it goes more than that. Which is not that bad. My heart rate, like, all things considered, it's not that bad actually. I don't think it's that bad. Modius. Here it can help you go to more.
Yeah. After stream.
I'll put the screen black and then you'll see what happens with the heart rate.
Yeah.
Try going from 90 to 200 on command like I am. Yeah, but that's called good. That's called dying. You die. That's like you die. Going down to 60 and 50 is healthy. Going to 200 is like, yeah, you're gonna die. That's called a heart attack.
Yeah, right. Go to 80 and then instantly to 0.
Yeah, I mean, you can go from like 90 to 2 something and then just die 0 immediately. Otherwise, standing and sitting down. If I stand, I think I go to like 1 something. There you go. Really fast. Probably goes to 120 maybe, or 10. You guys can enjoy my hit. There you go. Hey, stop! Fucking. God damn it. Mizu, hi! Hello! Oh, you got an ad. God damn it. Stay away for too long. Ad breaks, man. We love them. I'm gonna use my ad break to hydrate because I think someone redeemed the hydrate and I completely forgot about it. Dominant telephone. Speaking account. We'll make nice chat.
He's calling eyes.
Oh. Oh, hi Steeler. How you be? How is ever? You know what? Let's wait for the ad because no one's gonna be doing anything. Everyone's just fucking off. Or probably everyone's on your E621 tab now, jerking it while the ads play. Come on, guys. You got 10 seconds. You can do this. You can do it. I'm gonna be cheering on the other tab. Come on, tug it faster. Oh. I don't know. Add a fish.
Yeah,
oh, you can grab the fish from your inventory. Oh. There's an inventory. What? I have fish on command. There's no way. Wait. Ah. I don't know what you're talking about. You just noticed? I don't know. I've been toggling with the menu. I didn't know it was like an inventory thing. Like ow. Ow. It's your fish. Meow, 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 meow. Is the ad over? It is. Okay, cool. Oh, bro, I'm super sore. Are you feeding me? All I hear is. No, stay away. The Ru ad, but no Oral-B ad, so that's new. They got tired, alright? They gave you 1 billion of Oral-B ads, and they're like, yeah, I don't think they're gonna buy it. These people, the people is not hygienic. And they just give up. I just put my phone in front of here. Oh. Ah! Josie! Hello, thank you for... Didn't I like literally just follow you?
Okay.
Didn't I like literally just follow you? I'm pretty... Wait. Or was I wait, hold on. Or was I lurking here? Yeah,
That's fine, but naked or wooing is not allowed.
Thank you so much for the remind. I followed you literally when I was on my starting screen, because one thing I like doing is I like going through Twitch, just scrolling, and I follow people with like cool avatars and like interesting stuff. I was like, you know what? It looks blue and shit. That's kind of cool. Watching on Twitch when you were live. Yeah, I opened Twitch on the tab on my starting screen.
Lizard.
You know, while chat comes and whatever. Lizard. And you got recommended to me, and I was like, oh, that looks cool.
His last order was.
I think you're playing. Were you playing Fortnite or whatever?
Came, all
Probably.
Of them,
Yeah,
even the
Fortnite. Yeah.
dragons.
Fortnite. I don't know. I like your avatar. It's really pretty. So I just followed you. Thank you so much, man. It means a
Snowy
lot.
Snickan should be Snowball.
Huh? Snowball? Donuts calls me Snowflake. I like that one. But I think that's Donuts exclusive.
I already followed.
No one else can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the ride. I'm just doing a normal chill VR stream because I'm very like exhausted today. It was Friday usually is my biggest day kinda. I can go for longer on Saturday too, but I don't know. It's been weird. Snow bitch, you're supposed to be nice. I remember you hard carried Door in that Fortnite event. Oh yeah, I know, right? Door sucks so much. I was doing all the heavy lifting. Yeah. I'm glad someone actually noticed. Thank you. Ah man, I gotta play again with them. Like that tournament with Beauty and Door was so fucking fun. I don't even like Fortnite that much. I was just vibing with the team and going around, fucking around.
Yeah,
I am nice. You are not nice. You are not. It is forbidden. Okay, exactly. Did you see the thingy? Oh no, I didn't see what. Oh. 192 mark. Surprised you haven't died yet. Not gonna lie. I feel like if I reached 192 heart rate, I would just die. That's it. I would die.
Well, you were at 92.
I really gotta get. I think I'm gonna shave my beard today. It's getting super long. I don't. It's fucking with my face tracking even, and it's like pissing me off. It's all scrungly here and everything.
Yes, that's why I still hesitate on getting face tracking, because I keep my beard.
You don't have to have a wise man's beard. I don't even like beards. They got stuff attached to it. It's like bleh, bleh. I'd rather just shave. The thing that happens to me is I have beard and then don't. I don't like trim it. I just like it grows. There you go, beard, and then I just take it off.
Then cut off.
And then like no beard for a while, and then beard again, and then just cut it off. Like I don't maintain. It just goes like meh, brah, 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 brah. Good set. So I don't like hair. Even if you like it, it's fine. Like, I cut this shit and it's the same, like, in 2 days, literally. I'm gonna cut it. It's very unhealthy. It's like, I need to, like, there's like a... I have like a skin thingy here that's like really icky. I need to, like, Any tiny trying fingers because it's not curling the hair. Yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah, exactly. It's called stress. It's called being stressed, okay? Not my fault. I told you I have anxiety today. You cannot chat. You are not allowed to bully me. I will cry. I will cry and make you feel bad.
Wow.
Are you putting your feet in my face? You're gonna catch Jack Sparrow bird if you continue. Doubt. My breed is very uneven. Like a lot of spots here without anything. It's cringe. I'm so squishy actually. Look at this.
That's my coffee.
Oh, okay. Well, just okay. That's okay. There we go. See, you agree. It's relaxing, right? Like it's. I don't know. Like I have like a lot of raw, like just spirals because I just keep doing this. It's just relaxing. Would you pull it? No, not really. Not really. I'm just doing this. Shave it. Oh, I chat spam 1 for shaves, 2 for not. There we go. You're gonna you're gonna pick. We're gonna let chat decide. 1 per person only, okay? So 3 shaves. You haven't self-pat in a while. That I'm actually very proud. I haven't done the self-pats in a while. I do the beard thing now. I wish I did nothing instead, but it's impossible. And I do like a thing where I put my hand like this and I kind of twirl my head behind my back. But it's not like aggressive, it's just like petting. Meow, 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 meow. I used to actually like, Paul will decide their prediction. Yo, there we go, chat. I want to decide all my life choices with you. I'm not gonna have any more free will. No more free will, chat. I'm gonna be like ChatGPT. You tell me whatever you want and I'll just agree with you. If you shave, you're gonna be sad. You're gonna be sad for 2 days. It will literally grow in like 2 days. It's so annoying. Like, men's beards are really annoying. They grow super fast. Male beards, yeah. Female beards are way better.
Yeah, female beards, yeah.
Pember. You look like a baby because you look like a real handsome man. I want to be a baby. I want to be baby. I want people to hold me, and I want to feel. I want to have my midlife crisis. I want to feel younger. Okay, let me feel. You're gonna be a pedophile. I'm sorry. Like, you just gotta handle it for a few weeks. It happens sometimes. You speak Goo Goo Gaga. Listen, I'm not gonna do that in case I'm on the front page and then like I get people to shit on me. Alright, no, just to say. Yeah, chat. We're gonna become baby first now. I'm gonna buy some diapers and a pacifier, and yeah, I'm gonna shit myself and everything. You get a whole package. You're gonna have to change my diaper, okay? I'm super into this now. I've never told anyone, right? I've never told anyone whatsoever. What's the name? The Scrunklies or whatever? I'd rather die, okay? For all purposes, okay? This is for entertainment purposes only. If there's a clip of this, I'd rather die. If I ever become like this, I want you guys... I want some of you to actually dox me and murder me, literally. Please. Like, I beg you. No mercy. Make it fast at least, you know. Fucking...
No.
Please, murder. Oh yeah, okay, chat, GPT, little baby man. If I shave, will you hold me, Byron, like a baby? And like be like, oh, no. I need a beard trimming kit because the one I have is not enough. Actually, if I want to keep because I don't mind having a beard, but it's too big now. So I need like a trim thingy going on, like a kit thingy. You shave, GG. Oh my god, that was pretty close. Should I take my wireless microphone to the bathroom and just do it now? We can test the range. I think it goes at 100 meters. You can have half sided and the other half not shaved. The white part is shaved. You know what? Okay, let me tell you know what every man does when he's shaved fully. So you have a full beard, and then I'm gonna speak for all men, okay? And you guys can see if you agree with me. So all men when they shave, they start with the sides, and then we get like a goatee, right? And then like
Shave on
like
stream
funny.
XD.
And then you shave the middle here in the bottom, and then you get like a Hulk Hogan mustache, and like that's weird. And then you shave the beats here, and then you get just only a mustache, just to see like I look kind of gay, like it just look like Freddie Mercury, you know? This is like and then you do the Hitler stash, just because you know you have to. Like I'm sorry.
No.
And then you just do like and then you take it off. I've thought about this many times. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
With a mustache.
Oh, you can also do that and you have just a beard. But can you imagine, like, you're joking, right? And then, like, you do the Hitler mustache as a joke, right? And then, like, the power goes off or something, or like your thing like stops working. And then imagine, like, if your shaver breaks when you have like a little Hitler mustache because you were shaving, and then you have to go to the store, to, like, buy another one.
You just get the COVID mask.
You know what, Drew? They're like, I want a shaving thing, please. Don't worry about it. I'm not keeping mustache only. That's horrifying. I'm sorry. That's a Portuguese old man thing. I do not want to. Alright, how about this? I'm gonna do it right now, and you can have the chat, Kira. I'll leave my microphone on. There you go. You are Kira's property now.
I have to.
Don't worry, Gutsy. We'll fucking grow like in 2 weeks or something. It's fine.
Yeah.
Keep a small mustache and a goat beard. I can't do that. I will not do that. No, it won't. Yes, it will. Yeah, I'm gonna shave and it's like gone forever. Like that's it. Like no more. Like, my hair is gone completely.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, don't threaten. That's bad. Bad. I love how Kiriku's doing his freaky face. Kira, do a laughing face and then just stare at them. Just stare at them.
Just stare. Wow.
You know, I realized I could technically also I can just have my headphones too. I can hear everything. I'm so alone. Oh, I gotta put my microphone on my back. There you go. Can you still hear me? Does this work?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Pug. You look so fucking weird.
Hmm?
You know, one day I'm gonna be banned because of you.
Well.
This is cool. I'm also able to test the limits of my microphone. Hog. Me. Exactly. Me. And let me take I need a phone. I need a phone because I need one with chat.
Yeah.
Set it to shoulder. It's already on the shoulder. Twitch. Stream manager. Hello, can I see my chat? Ah, let's see if this works. Oh. Ow. Does it still work?
Yeah.
Oh. I can hear. I can see. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm super away. It's on my back. It's echoing. So I'm gonna have like I'm gonna have air everywhere. Is it catching it? Oh. Meow. Pretty sure my hair like overall is longer than good. Oh, nasty. That's right. That's like the week I hit best because like lump.
No, it keeps cutting off.
Meow. There you go. How about now? Probably better. Oh, I feel so light. You hear tiny beats? I mean, I do have the door on the way, so maybe that's it. Air filter blocks the sun. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry I scammed you, chat.
Yeah.
This is why I don't really like sound suppressing that much, not gonna lie. It kinda ruins a lot of things. I'm really curious about the face tracking performance now. Oh god, I'm full of crap. It'll be kind of funny if I forgot I had the microphone. I just went to pee right now. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I'm back. Was that a scam? Was that a scam? Did the microphone like stop at any time though? Wow. Yes, he was. Well, I feel lighter, so screw you. Holy shit, my room is at 27 degrees. What the fuck? No. Stop. You only saw only when I talked. Oh, it's oh yeah, it was this. It was most likely the Steel Series noise cancellation thingy. Yeah. Lame. 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 I got another thing on. I see a new person on the screen. Who the fuck are you? Hello? Hello? I will touch you when I go back in VR. Hold on. No, 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 come back! I saw you running away. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I'm full of hair.
Yeah. It's normal.
Okay, let me see if my VR is all okay. Yeah. I love when you go AFK a little bit in VR and then you just literally everything just turns off. It's amazing. I know saving power and whatever, but god damn it.
Yeah. You can turn that off.
I think so, maybe, but I can be fucked with it, honestly. Alright, let me do I'm dying here, help me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see the face tracking really quickly. It's so much more accurate. Why the fuck do you look like that? That is not. Were you sitting like that in front of the camera this whole time?
No.
Oh my god.
I just put my legs above your shoulders. And then you moved away. So.
Alright, hold on. We gotta find. Where the fuck are they? Is there another room in this world? Huh? Am I blind?
Yes.
Are they in the washing machine? I'm gonna see the washing machines one by one. No.
Colonel.
No.
I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick.
You got another thing.
And the clap of my ass cheeks keeps
Oh
alerting
my
the guards.
god, are you in the garbage?
Baby.
Fitting place for you, you trash. I mean, what?
Yeah,
What is it? The garbage can has wings.
There's another Nabu.
Your garbage can doesn't have wings. Ow.
The garbage can with
Just at a
wings.
68. Almost a
68?
nice number.
Okay,
Almost a nice number.
Oh, I know, right?
Oh. Oh, I'm back. What did I miss? A lot of beans, apparently. Ah. Yeah, this is Kira. Meow 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 meow.
Wait, are you streaming right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Abracadabra,
Oh,
you're
wow.
gay. There you go.
So don't pull out dick.
Yeah,
it's
don't
too
pull
late
out
for me.
any.
I'm not planning to, no.
Don't pull out anything. Lucky Wirons. God damn, you're sharing sussy pictures already?
Why did you
That was
trap
fast.
them? My god.
Oh.
They're not falling birds.
Oh, my legs are like so stiff. I've been going to the gym and we did like a day, 2 days ago, and oh, I forgot how not fun it is after.
Do you have the campfire? We can put them on the campfire.
I want to find a new world because let's see.
No, because they have to
I
be
kind
in
of
the
want to have
vicinity.
better lighting
Oh,
than
okay.
this.
No, the bird's running.
She looks nice. I keep saying this, really like me, and I'm like, ah, whatever. I just give up.
Snow, you were cooking the bird.
Why are you cooking the shopping carts or the laundry cart?
I don't know. It's what people do in the UK.
Oh, is this how you do laundry? It's a dryer, yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, it's more just a bed. We sleep in the shopping cart and just put a fire underneath it. Nice and toasty.
Is it the bed? Hold on, I gotta. Oh, I'm gonna test this out. I'm gonna test this out.
I need to enable your effect. It's not showing.
It is comfy.
It's not showing.
It's a little bit hot though, but it is comfy. Ah!
Why are you Doctor Stranging them?
That is too much. You're gonna roast me? How much? Like how many grams of protein would I have? What do you think?
I mean, looking at those thighs, that is quite a lot.
I don't think that's probably fat. That's not probably not. I don't think that counts.
Oh no, fat is actually where you get the most protein out of.
It's like A5 Wagyu thighs, bro. It's full of fat. Let me roast a marshmallow on my asshole. What the fuck? That's evil.
Oh hey, beans.
It's hot.
I know my hash is hot, but you can't do that. It's illegal. Oh. 8,000 calories. God damn.
I think they've had enough fire.
Ah. Wait, hold on, like a little bit over there. Yeah.
Ah yes, tanning.
Can you burn like my black part?
It is not even close to summer and you're already
fire deodorant
yourself.
Fire deodorant. Yeah. Can you burn my armpit hair really quickly? Starting to smell. Oh, he's doing the spell. Hold on.
That's what they just need to bring now. They just need to bring
like right
like a
here.
wand.
I don't think it's fire.
Let me ask for. Oh.
Whoa! Ah, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that was too much. Like there is too much deodorant sometimes.
He's dry.
There is no such thing as too much deodorant. What do you mean? Furry convention should know this actually. Never something has too much deodorant.
Yeah.
There any secrets? Can you? Oh, you can go in the.
What about armpits? Did I activate you, Josie? Did I activate you? Are you an armpit person? Are you an armpit person? I know that's a thing. Okay, we really need to go to another world. I'm really dark here. I hate this. Okay, what do we have?
We should go to a drinking world.
Where? Yeah, we should all get pissed drunk right now. Whoa! I would if I could, bro.
Anymore.
Ah, same.
I don't drink
High
anymore.
five.
Yeah. I
Wow.
do weed now. Way better.
Okay, that's not what I... Yo! Let's go! Come on!
The first time I met you, I actually like took a weed gummy before going to
Well, now.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, yeah. Domino fixed it. Pog, no need to change any walls anymore.
Snowy is now God.
Oh my god.
I can see everything.
Boy.
I can see every... Ah, it's gone. Never mind.
Can I call 911? I can't call the police.
I'm not what I might be agree worse though. What is worse than armpit?
Hey, you got a quarter?
I don't mean to fit.
You
I'm
got
gonna
a
find
quarter
this
by any
out, alright?
chance?
It's either vor or fit. I don't know.
No, I'm British.
Alright, let me actually find another
Yeah,
one.
of course. We have.
Oh, whoa,
You
that's
just have a
nasty.
coin. I need to use the phone booth. I need to call the police.
I need an adult.
Oh,
Call the
Dr.
VR
Strange over
chat
here.
police.
Oh no.
Avali Strange? No. Dr. Avali? No.
Dr. Avali. That's just an Avali with a
Make it
PhD.
work. I don't know how else to say.
My name is Dr. Avali. What brings you to my office today?
Hold on a second. What the fuck? Hey, come on at this.
We can also invite me.
These
There you
washing
go.
machines are see-through.
Why is it getting darker?
Is your washing machine not see-through? What do you mean?
Look, no, look.
How
That's
is a
what I
washing
mean.
machine?
Ah, no, that's about
Wait,
the...
there's
Oh,
a-
yeah, what the fuck? Oh, this is mega broken.
You can't
Oh
see through
no,
the glass, but
Snapchat, I'm stuck in the washing
I thought
machine,
you
but
said
I'm
it's a
actually
not safe for
reversed.
work washing machine. I was like, what makes it not safe for work?
Not safe for
Okay.
work. Hey!
Stuff
Hey!
in it?
Stop!
Oh, bye.
Well, oh, it died.
See? Yeah.
That's
what
why
happens
I'm a
to
big
Naruto's,
side. Oh, you're a
unlike me.
macro. LJ will love you. Wait for a love juice here and we'll see. So this is how
Is
washing
milkshake
machines
coming?
work, right? Like I'm just here, you
Yeah.
know. This is the washing machine,
Then you
and if you
spin.
put clothes, I just go like ah. Ding! There you go. Your clothes are. Of course, you already know love juice. Alright, I'm gonna go to the other world. You guys request of me, or just join me because I'm green.
Yeah.
I don't think I can put a portal. Yeah. Request of me. I'm gonna be green. Don't leave me alone, please. I'll die. No, no, no. I want to start being very dramatic whenever I leave a world. I think everyone... Is LJ the guy with D size meetup? Because I know everyone goes there. You are dramatic. Dramatic my ass. Finally! Pretty colors! Oh, and a boat! There's a boat! Can we row? We cannot row the boat. We can stand on the boat. Stand on the boat. Stand on the boat. Ooh! Oh, this is pretty. It's all in Japanese though, but like... We can go to that thing. Or that thing.
Oh god, this world is lagging me like crazy.
You died. How dare you?
Yeah!
You died.
We
How
are to
fucking
just
dare you?
cease to exist. Also, this world is...
Ah, you can
Oh
just
no,
like...
my computer's dying.
Have you tried like
This
not
hurts
lagging?
my eyes.
I wish I could.
You,
No,
you
but seriously,
can't
I
kill
don't
the
know what
sun
it is,
just
but this
because it
world is
hurts your eyes.
killing me.
I just wanted to. I wanted to shoot a bow at it. 'Cause
You go outside like, it's kind of sunny today.
I mean, have you heard that one Tally Hall song?
Which one?
Like Juno was mad. He knew I'd been had, so he shot at the sun with a gun. That one?
No.
I'm pretty sure he shot at the sun with a gun, and he got punished for it.
well,
Pretty sure, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that didn't go very well, huh?
Yes. I don't think shooting at a... Especially if it's some sort of gun that causes the sun to supernova.
this is a British
No,
gun.
but seriously, what the...
A British gun, a bow?
'Cause we
Oh, I
we
can grab
can't
your
have
bow.
Guns. Yeah.
No, a British
also
gun
grab
is
my
like a
arrows, too.
knife.
No, but like, I
Can I
genuinely-
fondly...
Oh, maybe you can't.
No, I
you
can't.
used to be able to. Oh, they
I can't
changed
touch
it.
your arrows.
That's okay.
Arrows are illegal.
Has anyone ever played the game of you know, shoot the arrow in the sky and just, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
who
yeah,
goes
yeah,
closest
yeah,
one to
yeah,
the
yeah.
arrow wins?
Scram!
I was unironically one of my teachers, one of my IT teachers, they used to like with their brother shoot like bows and arrows at each other, and he got shot a few times with arrows by his brother. And we're talking
It's like,
actual
oh,
arrow.
guys, do you want to go play the
pointy
killing
arrows,
each other
pointy
with an
arrows,
arrow
so
game?
yeah.
Yo! Amazing.
Okay.
Just play goddamn lawn darts. Just play original lawn darts. Not
Does
like the
hurt.
new one that just uses weighted.
Mm.
I mean,
Is that-
I
is
mean,
that,
if you get
there's
hit,
a movie,
poor
is it
you,
The
you just got
Hangover?
lobotomy.
There's a movie where they play the arrow game and the guy gets like the arrow in the foot. They shoot it up,
Your
and
tits
then like
are
they have
hanging
to
out, so that's...
run.
I saw that.
Either grown-ups or like
Gonna have to
hangover
become-
or something.
Do I have to become male? Okay, I have to become male. There you go. Works.
No! Grow tits
become
back.
male.
They were
Go
going
back
for the
to
t-shirt.
female.
They were going for the t-shirt. I have a cookie on my t-shirt now. Let's see.
That's you know, having boob problems.
Wait,
all
wait.
your shirts are just ruined.
It's a cookie. Boop, boop. No, because I have
You know,
cookie
it took
like
me
this, see?
so
playing
long to
cookie
find out you
clickers.
were a cookie.
Oh yeah, I can this is how you play cookie clickers.
I'm a cookie
You should
nardo.
you should make like you should have like a counter here, and every time someone punches your cookie, it goes up. So like
Oh
it's,
my
just-
god.
it's cookie clicker, exactly. What I said. Punch the cookie. Punch the cookie.
Or bean.
I'm a narbo.
I mean, I
No,
know
very
another
edible.
type of cookie, but that one you're gonna find on a certain websites.
You know, for an art, they're pretty small. Because I'm a Mayo, and I'm already like 140 or something.
Oh, I'm a small Naruto. I'm a cookie. Like, cookies aren't meant to be big. Unless you
Cookie
get the
size,
giant cookie.
actual cookie sized.
Oh,
You look very happy.
They're awesome.
Yeah, it's like that when I don't touch anything.
Hero doesn't look
So
happy.
happy.
It looks like he's gonna take your liver and like leave you with a huge scar. Yeah.
Although from this location, looks like you have no teeth on your bottom lip because you're up that high, so you can't see your teeth. That's okay though. It works.
By the way, Snowy, how good are you at flying planes?
I used to be pretty good actually.
Into towers.
Question:
Wow, we're not
how good are you at
9/11.
flying planes with realistic physics, like realistic wind physics?
Not sure. I used to go to the plane world in VR and I fucked around and had fun. It was actually we used to do that on stream before back in the day.
I know a plane world that when you crash the
I am.
planes, they do break forever, but they are really fun to fly.
Kinda
They're like
sounds
really realistic.
stupid. They should have like respawned
Can we
them.
fly the Avali?
I want to fly that
I mean,
plane. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure. I mean, pretty sure.
Grab him!
Pretty sure ever like since an update.
Come on, up.
The world's been broken and the world hasn't been updated in so long.
Probably.
But like you can fly like I'm pretty sure they're Cessnas, but they're really realistic, and like with real life based wind physics.
I used to play a lot just the jets on the flying world, the old flying world, the OG. Oh, that was so fun with tons of people. But now everyone is busy being like cute or ERPing or whatever.
Yeah.
No one wants
that's
to
about
play
right.
planes anymore. Everyone just wants to watch movies, watch mirrors, or just ERP. Or be
ERP?
drunk.
Yeah. Or,
You can start ERPing on the planes.
and just see.
I wouldn't.
To bring in more people, maybe we do a new event. Baby, pull up!
I've
in
already
the
got a
rain.
gun.
Okay. It's either ERP, stare at mirrors, watch movies, or like
That's it.
play any of the. I'm
Yeah,
mostly seeing
murder
Prison
and
Escape, Murder
like Prison
4,
Escape, yeah,
and,
Murder 4.
and occasionally like Among Us, but usually private lobbies because Among Us is the child hub.
Among
It
Us.
is the children hub.
Is Among Us still alive? I've seen like a few people still doing Among Us.
Oh no, it's still alive.
No,
but
they're
it's
no
How is it
longer
still
Among Us.
alive? Holy
nowadays.
shit! Probably the kids, right? Lots
it's
of
only
kids watching
kids
Among
now,
Us.
So it's better
Roadblocks.
off just doing private
Modded.
lobbies or.
Modded Among Us. If I was a streamer and I was playing Modded Among Us, like, oh, I'm gonna become the inspector.
streamer.
I will just shoot myself.
What?
I meant like a Among Us streamer.
Oh.
Or like
okay.
you're like 40, almost 40 years old, like, haha guys, it wasn't me, it was Pink. No, I don't think that's.
I think back then I've seen streamers when they
Oh, I'm a detective.
when they were not imposters, they just quit the game.
Snowy, I just saw you put your crotch in Callus's face.
Wait, so that basically means that if they
No.
they are an
Yeah, they
imposter,
can
they
be.
don't leave the game.
So yeah, if they stay in the game, they're imposter.
Yeah,
Boomer.
so you know who
I
they
read
are.
Boomer,
Yeah.
like, oh, I want to be a Boomer in Among Us. That was gonna be fun. Can I be a Karen?
Boomer?
I want a Boomer
I don't
role
think you're
where
old
you're a Karen, right? And you just like complain about the people. Like, can I speak to your manager?
Nah,
Don't run on the electrical.
Two different things. Boomers are already complaining. Karens are just a different type of boomer. They're like the
A
ultimate
Boomer Karen
boomers.
is like awful. Can you
Boomer
imagine?
Karen, that's your worst nightmare. If you see Boomer Karen, if I were to be working retail, I see
No,
Boomer
completely
Karen.
not.
I'm pulling the shotgun under the double barrel shotgun underneath the desk and just racking both I'm racking both those slides at the same time and double ramming them.
You seem to have a
Just
really big
drop
hate
them
on
the
Karens, huh?
spots.
Can't put
I mean,
pants
why
on and a
wouldn't I?
t-shirt.
Yeah.
Thigh highs and
Fun
and a long t-shirt only looks
Fun fact,
very gay and
A lot
suspicious.
of, I'm pre-
And that
wait, was
looks
it
funny.
boomers? I don't know if it was boomers or something else, but like,
Especially with thigh
Whoa.
highs.
Kira, stop putting your sus stick on the
Damn.
floor.
Well, for some reason,
I like it.
looked at that and I thought it had not safe for work on it. Actually, I
Tap on it.
genuinely thought it had
think
not
they
safe
like
for
it.
work for a second. But it's because all the
All the
lag that I
hero
thought
stickers
it had
are
that.
kinda not safe for work.
Sussy.
Here goes to me like, can I post this in your server?
mean-
It's cropped, and
I
I'm
mean,
like,
it doesn't
no.
have bits, so I guess it's not.
No.
As long as it doesn't show bits, it's technically
The
safe
one is
for
being
work.
sus. There's a weird sticker on the. Why is it so submissive and breathable now? And it's pointing at me.
Snowy.
Because you're submissive and breedable.
There's a bird in the tree.
It's a big bird. You gotta cut the tree off. Does anyone have an axe? I want an axe.
I mean, you're a cat. You can chase it out of the tree.
I'm a lazy cat though. I don't climb trees. I sleep on
I get that.
on
I think just
heaters
the cat's presence
and
would be enough.
That is adorable. That sticker is just adorable.
it's not adorable. The full
Yeah.
thing. This one is. Actually, this one is not bad. This one is not bad. This one is not bad.
Unless I go onto like E6 and the full image of that is like.
It's not bad actually. It doesn't
sus,
have any.
That just
any
looks
sus.
like an.
It's implied, but it's kind of
Okay,
cool.
so the full image isn't sus.
You can still see good claw.
That's just
Yeah,
my
the
entire
bird
existence
claw.
that I'm just implied.
I've tried looking you up on E6, Snowy. I
You
cannot
what?
find
Huh?
anything.
You didn't search hard
What?
enough then.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at how hard it is to find stuff about Snowy.
But the Snowy keeps it secret. They have a snowy.
Damn.
I replied on the wrong account
Yeah.
a few days ago to like a Wolfish tweet, and I was like, "Well, hi."
Wait, instead of Snowy, is your AD account just Melty?
No.
Fuck! I should have named it that now. God damn it.
Kinda works, you know, because technically, like, you melt when you get hot.
I have I have the spicy
I'm
Twitter
so
account
happy
where
I
I
get to stay
it's
up
where I
late today,
keep
otherwise I'm
it's where
getting noise
I
complaints.
follow like artists and art where I go there sometimes and I scroll down and like I find commissions and art pieces and like you know staring at pretty avatars and I forgot the Twitch account so I think I got someone retweeted and I was like oh something and I'm like I switched the accounts and I'm like ooh. That is not the right account. Or is it?
Oh no.
Vsauce plays
Domino,
Imagine
this
acc-
town ain't big enough for the two of us.
murder.
I wouldn't be surprised if you've accidentally posted AD content on your main.
Exploded. Oh.
Nah, I used to like... I really hated back when Twitter like exposed your likes. Because I had to literally stop following people. I even put a message like, hey, if you're my friend and you're sus, I'm gonna unfollow you. Because this stupid like thingy doesn't let me like your ass, because then it just shows it to other people. But then they stopped it, so like now I'm like, I just follow everyone again. Like whatever.
I just
It was really stupid because, like, if you wanted to be safe for work, you couldn't follow anyone that wasn't not safe for work, because it would just blast them across everyone.
I mean, I wanted my Twitter to be safe for work, but then I lost a bet and I had to post something that I had to post something really bad. And to this day, I'm pretty sure that's my
Cats
most
is very
liked
adorable.
tweet. That is like just me
It's always
typing something
always.
in text.
I
I'm
don't know
not gonna
this
say
avatar,
what it
though.
is because it's gonna
It's
expose
custom.
me. It'll expose me
custom.
terribly. It is
Custom.
bad.
I'm gonna redeem Hydra on myself.
Yeah.
Are you going to be F?
Of course.
Can I touch you when you're in the
Yeah,
F?
you're going to yeah.
I'll be maybe in the vendor hall, depending on if
Okay.
they allow me.
Can I steal something like I'll just like I'll get a hoodie like a I'll pretend I steal something and we can like make a huge scene.
Or-
I'll just run off.
Why do
And, like,
keep
get that guy.
really recommended VR
We might have these as
Worlds?
plushies soon, maybe. I've still got to
Oh.
wait for VR to allow me to make them, but hopefully we'll have those as plushies.
Fun fact,
Oh, that's a VR
on
thing,
one
that's
of my
kinda cool.
avatars, I have that. On one of my avatars, I have that pet, but it's yes.
I was thinking about going to EF. I'm gonna try. I booked the time slots on my calendar at work at least, just in case. But I gotta see how and
Like
where
a
and
treat,
who
right?
and whatever. The whole thing, you know.
Yeah. I wanna go there too, but I don't have any. Don't have a room or a group yet to.
He's very cute.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see because it's gonna be Airbnb. It has to be Airbnb. Hotels are pretty much fucked.
They are already booked out, probably.
Prefab or like item for like
Probably like because I know LJ is gonna go. Maybe you can probably split something.
Oh, LJ.
Yeah. No fucking. Not allowed. Okay, I'm sorry.
It is cute until you see it
No,
like
I don't.
something
Fuck, it's gone.
That's true. Kiri just says in VR chat. Actually, is very. Kiri is very wholesome IRL.
It has SPS too, by the way. So yeah.
I don't know. If I go, I'll just announce
I can
somewhere.
pull it out, but I probably shouldn't in front of Snowy stream.
What are you guys talking about? Don't pull anything out.
I'm not pulling it.
What the fuck? I heard pull out, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't like where this is going. Whenever I hear someone say pull out, I'm like, what? No, no.
Wait,
Bad.
what happens if we could get this cat but snowy colors? Then everyone can own a snowy.
Please, I want it
snowy
so
version
badly.
of that.
What do I need to do to make it
would be
real?
cute.
Like a mini plushie. I have a plushie like prototype
that would be awesome.
in Agent Inc, but it's really expensive to make because I have to pay like buy like 500 of them to even like
Yeah.
you know
Wait.
make them.
How much is 500?
Things like 1,000 something. It's like
Oh yeah,
expensive.
got the look.
The problem?
Too bad.
No, it's really, it's not bad. The problem is if I don't sell them, I have to take them.
To time.
Yeah, that's why you
So,
normally
like-
do like a Kickstarter or something.
Yeah, but
Then you
imagine
get your
if I
people to.
no, they do batches of 200s only. So I'm like, if I sell 50, I have to get 150 plushes delivered to me, and I'm like, I'm sure, I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't know if I can do it.
No,
You
I
should
have a
look what
lockup.
the one Max
He's pulling his cock out. He's pulling his cock out.
working.
Miss
Yeah,
him,
he had plushie.
Oh,
that
Max.
looked nice.
Yeah, Max has got that.
But if you want to do something
I'm
with
not
this, that'll be
sure
kind of
how
cool. We can even do like a pre-thingy to
These are weighted
Did I
though.
start something in your Twitch
and they were
chat
way cheap. They were
accidentally?
like way cheaper to probably
What?
or
Well,
easier.
Snowy, if I make a design that looks like yours, it looks
Chat, let
similar.
me
It's
show you.
basically this.
Let me show you, chat. Do you want me as this?
Hey,
Look at it. You can squeeze me. You can punt me if you want to.
Wait, hold on.
It's roll.
It's got a turn, but it only sees me. Oh no, you've
No,
pet
no,
it
no,
now.
no,
It's
fine.
gonna look at you the whole
Yeah.
time.
So, oh, this little candy. Thank you. Aw, it's glowing.
I wonder. I have like
Instead
a
of
pet
snowy, it
rock
would be
somewhere.
glowy. Oh,
Glovia.
anyway,
Oh
yeah,
my
but
God.
Snowy, if you want
Oh
me
my
to
God.
make these IRL,
Glow in the dark.
I can
Snowy body pillow.
just make them your colors. You want to make
Yeah,
those
I
IRL?
mean-
I can just do those.
Make
I would
the
love that.
small one yellow and color it yellow snow.
Hey, Snowy.
I'll get back. No, we're talking about the
Snowy.
real one,
Yes.
not the fake VR one.
Yeah,
Yes?
a real one.
Snowy-
Like it's in plushie. It'd be weighted
When is
too.
the Snowy X Bad Dragon coming around?
What?
Never. It'll be super small. I don't think anyone would like it.
Damn,
Wow.
I'm no, you're supposed
I
to
can't
lie
comment, I
about
don't
it.
know.
You're supposed to lie that it's big.
Oh, yeah, it will be like 2 meters. Nobody could use it, yeah, so it's kind of a waste of silicone.
2 meters?
I mean,
Yeah.
Swimming pool?
I don't even need to lie. I don't even need to lie.
I can do a pole vault on the swimming pool, like,
That's a good
woo.
sized cake.
My turn.
I mean, I do have a good
Round
size
plushie and
dick.
make it a keychain.
My ties are extremely
That will
thick.
be cool. I don't know how marketable I am,
I
though.
actually don't like how thick my ties are. People are always like, the bigger the ties, the better. Nah, my ties are so big that my underwear just rolls up and starts. It's annoying as fuck.
Why are we talking about your ties? What is happening? I don't know. That corner over there, I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Look,
I'm like trying to talk to my people over here and I just hear the most vile stuff coming from...
agreeing with you when it comes to your ties problems.
thick thighs save lives.
Thick ties are good.
Do. I mean,
Although
I
I'm
could
trying to
probably
lose a little
crush,
bit
like-
of weight on my legs. My legs are too big. I actually like bad.
I can stand on the
Yeah, probably
radio.
keychain,
but
reminds
not
me
on the
with you.
table.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can make like a little keychain thing with that and then dangle me around, put me on your backpack and like, "Woo,"
No,
or whatever.
I can't stand on a
Make it
table.
look cool.
But I can stand on the radio.
That's what.
Give $20
What a weird thing
right
to
now.
give physics like
get
collisions
200
without
of
the other
them.
thing.
Okay, Snowy, ask your chat then. Ask your chat if they bought a weighted plushie, like heavy plushie, looks like that looks like your colors. How much would they pay? Because then you
I
gotta
think
work
right
out how
now
much
I'm
it would cost
really
to get
distracted
500.
with your legs on the camera.
Just
Well,
make a
okay.
plushie that's
It's
just
fun.
make a plushie that has a tungsten cube in it.
$50? I think that's too much for a small plushie.
Well, we sell them for 30.
Yeah, I was
on the
more
shop.
like,
I mean,
yeah, I
if
was gonna
we
say
sell
30. Around 30 sounds the
I mean,
actual sweet spot
50
for
to
those.
60 bucks with. If it was a plushie that had a tungsten cube in it, that would be like worth 50 to 60 bucks.
Oh, you should make a
But then
tungsten
again, that
edition
would
where
be-
you put a tungsten cube on it and you just fucking punt it across the room to someone. Like, hey, catch
No,
this!
that's
And like,
just a
oh.
tungsten cube, and it's like, it's just a tactical snowy plush. You can
plushie.
hit it at someone's head and
No,
knock
it
them
is a
out.
heavy plushie, but the small one, not like the giant thing. That thing, the little thingy, the little round thingy.
I mean, like you could also just like
Why you
release
look
another body
fanboyish,
pillow. Like I'm pretty sure
Fanboy who?
everyone would want a new body pillow.
Yeah.
I gotta get that for this one.
Snowy, you should.
Fanboy
you should
Hooters
make
is
a
too
body pillow
overrated
that's just
though.
you
We gotta
and
do
Fanboy
the
Hooters
god
outfits.
the god girl Hooters or whatever. We need something different.
Didn't Hooters close down?
I mean, with your colors, you'd look good in like golf fanboy
Tutors
Hooters.
would close down. That gets a bit gassy. Yeah, they had a gas problem.
Wait, Hooters? Is that just part on your shit?
Oh no.
You order like a burger and there we go, like
Tooters.
Yeah.
Tooters.
I don't know if I like that restaurant, I'm not gonna lie.
That was a good restaurant name.
Snowy.
Huh?
I have 700 euros. Should I buy your body pillow? Or should I go for like a robotic
want
tail
one.
and ears?
Oh, okay,
I mean,
fuck,
I really-
fuck the
I
body
would buy-
pillow, that's way better. Yeah, you should buy the tail in here. I would not even buy my own body pillow if my other option was robotic tails and ears. I would buy them.
I mean, check out the tail company if you want to like look into something.
I think I know
It's
what you're
really
talking about.
cool.
I was recommended. It's like a little tail that reacts to your body movements, right? And like your mood or whatever.
Yeah, and you can use like you can have like a small remote control inside of your pocket, and you
Oh.
can press like one of the 4 buttons to do specific movements, and you
That
can
is
also
very
program stuff
furry.
on
That
your
is
phone using
very
an
extremely
application.
furry.
Spooderman.
Also, the ears also react to sound,
That is
which
cool.
is also really cool.
Wait,
Yeah,
I can clap.
female Hooters?
I mean, I'm gonna be going to my local furry con this year, so I'm probably gonna get it for that. But then again, like you're I mean, do you have a not safe? I'm pretty sure you do have a not safe work version of your body pillow, right?
No, it's safe for work only.
No.
Safe for work only.
Ah,
Snowy
penis.
is the most
Come
safe
over here.
being I ever known.
I
Yeah.
Thank you.
yes, war is.
Don't laugh after saying that.
I wasn't laughing. I didn't say.
I remember creating the Vor corner. I remember the Vor corner, creating that and you being all into it.
The Vor corner. I made the Vor shrine on a
Yeah.
meetup, but nobody took a picture.
Yeah, the meetup. Also, I would get a meetup of like Kira and Kalas too. They're like both of them also look like you. I mean, Nardos are. I unironically, Nardos are the hottest beans ever. I genuinely love Nardos.
I'm gonna protect this one. I'm sorry. We need a restraining
I
order.
still
You
need
gotta
my
go
own.
10 feet away from him. I'm sorry. Back away.
Yeah, but
Look, I have
It's fine.
cookie chips on my thighs.
Woo! You should make a collider, and if anyone bites your thigh, it takes like a chunk out of it. Like,
Against me and then bite their ass. Kalas, I'm pretty sure you need to get a restraining order against Snowy. They.
No, I'm good.
I am fanboy Hooters with wings. No.
Box con when.
Horns that go round.
I was actually talking to Renzi recently to do like we should do a box con again. That was kind
No,
of
I
fun.
see it.
Like a real shitty event.
I think it's.
Also, I'm probably gonna get going
Box
because
con
I
3
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah,
2.
sorry.
I don't
I'm
remember if
sorry.
it's 2 or
Sorry.
like 1.
No. They got the same tail as me, or kinda. Close. No, it's the same tail. It's just I think it was obviously a different color.
Yeah, it is. It's just different colors.
Look at these two kitties over here comparing tails. Go on.
God, I
Yeah,
wish I
man.
still had full body.
What's the criteria? Well, how are we? Oh, okay, this one is way fluffier though. I think he won.
What?
He has way more fluff.
They're both the same.
No, yeah, I think it's the spike. It's the texture makes it look way fluffier.
It's because of the colors. It looks like this one hasn't.
It's a box
fluff,
a
but-
box con. We have a box and we do a convention inside the box.
A box?
BoxCon.
Oh, we can't bring boxes.
Yeah, the
if there's
optimized
no
box
cat.
world. Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Are awesome.
There's nothing to do. We just in the box. It's really optimized. Really good meetup. Nobody's gonna crash.
I mean, I know a world that is like you can hang out in cardboard boxes, but also other things, and it's
There's
just
nothing there.
But
And,
there's
I think
nothing.
Your tail?
Was it? Was it?
Well, you're like double their size. That's
damn, that is
cheating.
big.
Yeah.
Romari, hi, welcome.
You've
Oh my
other
god, where you
avatars.
been? Are you
Species
alive?
on your
Holy
avatar,
shit!
goddamn.
God damn.
And then the
Ugh.
wicked beast.
Also, I'm probably gonna get going right
Once
now
and
because
fluff.
I'm.
It's
lagging
been only
like
3 years,
crazy, and
man.
I've been dealing with this for a few minutes now.
You go. Have fun. If you need to.
Yeah,
Take care, Johnny, eh?
I mean, if you switch worlds, I might rejoin, but
Oh,
I'll check back if you switch
Keep an eye
worlds
out. I'll switch eventually
later
to
on.
something a little bit
I might
less
be
shittier.
Yeah.
I wanna go around these
Also,
ones first.
is it okay if like some of my friends
Then you
maybe
do,
join? Because
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
I have this one adorable
I
bean
didn't
who
take
you'd
pictures
probably
of-
love to
of
like
the-
pet.
I mean, if they're nice, it's okay.
Blue bean.
Only
I mean,
3
their-
years.
Their name is
Yeah.
Box, and they're just a complete pets. Like you pet them, and they're immediately they immediately are attached to you. They listen to every command.
Actual
and they're
cat.
clicker trained, so.
Clicker train. That's an interesting group of friends you have.
I mean, I'm clicker trained. You don't see me
3
complaining about
years,
it.
bro. What the fuck? Did you do anything productive, or you just like succumb to depression like me? Nice seeing you, man. You should like join eventually if you still play VR.
Yeah.
Cat. I look away for
We're
3
doing the snowy
seconds.
long jump.
I look away for 3 seconds.
What?
You the bean fiend. You the
Forgot about
bean
the Vor
fiend.
Lab. Hey Snowy, by the way,
How
I'm
was,
gonna drop a portal for you to maybe check out
I
on
don't
like
know how to
stream at
count.
some point, like off stream.
Oh?
Hey Snowy.
What? You're scaring me.
I'm gonna give you a world you might be able to check out.
It'll be
at some point
horrifying.
here. Look at
What the
that.
fuck?
That's
It's called Vor Lab. I'm pretty sure I was there already, like ages
Yeah.
ago though. I think.
Oh, you've
Wait,
been
that's the
there?
world that Snowy made.
Yeah, I made it. Not. I'm Japanese, of course. Yeah, I made that.
I wouldn't be surprised if you would make a Vor world.
No, they make a cat world.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
man.
too many cat worlds. Meow, 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 meow. You look so gay. You are gay, but you look so bad.
What? You
Yeah.
can't lick the blue beans?
They wanna
but you
lick
can
you.
lick your moldy beans? Really?
My beans are moldy. Okay, look, I fixed the mold.
It's
They're
stinky.
soft. They are.
They're just
Oh,
green now.
yeah, they're just green. All the
No,
mold is gone.
no,
I shaved the
They're
mold.
No,
off.
they-
slime beans.
Now they have mint taste.
Yeah, I live like slime.
Mint.
Like
I prefer,
mint.
I prefer blueberry.
No, I taste
Mint
like
or green
they're
apple?
radioactive actually. Radioactive sludge
radioactive,
flavor.
My favorite. Man,
Goots, I don't know what you've got
My
on there.
beans give you
What was that?
cancer.
Oh. What was that?
Yeah, good to fix my beans. No more moldy, and there's no more. Oh yeah, look, no more shitty finger. Literally, look at that.
What the fuck? Why is
It's
it
fixed.
the text box?
No
is-
more.
No more hassle finger.
I don't want to know what you're talking about. What?
I was scratching and like had like a I had like a black mark on my finger.
I thought
Oh,
you
I
were about
was
to
still
do a
around.
scratch
I've been
and
with you
sniff.
for a long time. Oh, I'm sad to hear, man. Hope you get better soon.
I thought you were about to scratch and sniff, Snowy.
No, who does that?
Yeah.
I
Like, snow
I
doesn't
scratch and
really
sniff
smell
my
of anything.
balls.
Allegedly, everyone that hangs out with me says I smell like soup, and I don't know how to feel about that. Not gonna, I don't know, man.
You smell like soup.
I don't know if that's a compliment Or like...
Goots, is this true?
What type of
the tail,
soup?
Oh, the tail? What does the tail
No,
have?
that's not true. They don't smell like soup. Okay.
Soup?
Like, what kind of soup, though? There's a lot of frickin' soup. So you can be like...
I don't know, a soupy one.
What? A soupy one? Like water?
Ah, yes, soup. My
Oh, the
favorite
spread?
flavor of soup. Soup.
It's
Fine, I guess.
soupy
But
soup.
yeah, if you want to fix it, fine. I don't know, man. Ask the people who actually sniff me, okay? I don't make the
Why would
rules.
I want to sniff you? Like, we're not dogs.
Oh, I
if-
see.
I mean,
You look
if
like
I
you give me a
ever-
boner.
Yeah.
If I ever meet you IRL, I would probably sniff you.
Illegal. I
Wow.
will probably murder you.
I was gonna say, like we're talking about the real world here, you know? Like, in the real world, you can't really go around petting people.
I do know how to use. I do sword fighting and know how to use guns
Giant
effectively.
cookie
So
right here.
That means I have an
can't
advantage
murder
because if you meet me somewhere, you can't have guns or sword.
No, we're in Europe.
Oh, trust me, I can also
yeah,
fight
the-
without like swords.
It looks a bit.
I am
I'm sorry,
really
like-
heavy, so I can.
Oh, yeah, that
is
if I
disgusting.
Sit on your face, I will
Yeah.
crack
Yeah,
your skull
look at that
open,
damn
probably.
backside.
What happened
So
to my
good.
tail? Did I fuck this up? Look at this shit. It's weird. If you pull my tail, it's like, I'll
What
dangle
the,
you.
what the heck?
Today you don't smell like soup. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You just exploded into the world again.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome
3
back.
times in a row.
I love it when people explode into my face.
Kind of.
You
Alright,
love exploding.
I'm gonna explore this, and then we can leave if everyone's
Put over my
dying. I just want to see what's up like around. When do I smell like soup? Probably when I go to the gym or whatever. Oh, that's a really cool feel over here. Just compressing voice most depends on what you are eating. So I guess I eat a lot of soup. I ate tea soup. Ooh, that is kind of pretty. There's random days you smell like soup. I don't know. Okay, I don't know how or why. I don't control my soup body apparently. Going on a hike, chat, through the mountains. Meh, 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 meh. Today you smell nice. I smell like. Maybe we kinda are what we. Maybe we are what we want to eat, and you really were craving pizza, so your body became the pizza. Wow, 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 wow. I'm a pizza. Yeah, you're round and full of pepperoni. You're a pizza. Oh, there's a slidey thingy. Does it work? That's a fucking scam! You can't use it! Aw, man! What the fuck? Yeah, this world sucks. I want to like jump and like wee! Yeah, I just died. Yeah, there you go.
One Akatsuki
I got
member
scammed, man.
from Naruto.
What the fuck is talking to Naruto? What the
Now he's
hell?
behind you.
Oh,
Oh my one more. Shinderu. What?
That
just
was
spawned
art.
behind
It's an
you.
explosion.
Oh, Deidara.
Where's Snowy?
exactly.
Snowy, where's your one? Put your one down.
I don't
We
have
have
one.
a Snowy, a
I'm,
Goots, and Kira.
there you go.
Put that. What? No, not over. Oh, for God's sake! Not over the picture. Put your one next to it.
I don't have mine. Oh wait, do I have mine? Oh
Just
yeah.
put SpongeBob licking.
There you go.
There we go.
Look at it.
Oh,
For some reason I lost my chest, but it's whatever.
so cute.
Chad, who looks the gayest here? Tell me. So gay. I think it's Kira.
Whoops.
No swings at the playground. Imagine having no swings.
With no objections, I'm assuming you like that.
Yeah, we walked through a playground and the swings were like there's just no swings and I'm like, what the fuck?
I can't sit down on swings. I need a double-seated
Oh.
swing, which they
I
don't
don't-
make these days
Ass
for
too
kids.
fat. I need double
So,
swing.
I guess I never get on a swing again.
Uh,
My ass is too fat.
I sat down and I
I'm a little
forgot.
disappointed.
I forgot I
Yeah.
have a tracker on my ass, so now my hip is wonky.
Wait, you have a tracker on your ass?
Yeah, I use the tracker on my back whenever I stand.
That must hurt if you're trying to sit down. You're trying to sit down on a flat chair and you just get this...
Whatever you're doing, I hope it goes well. Alright, let's find a world that's not shitty for you.
I gotta go to a Nom Nom meetup. I'll see you later.
I don't know how to react to this information.
Aww.
You're picking Vor over me.
They need contestants.
Wow. Oh no. Nah, it's just gonna be the food. I know you.
I'm joking. I know. No, I'm a Nardo.
You're literally
I
a
don't do
cookie,
the-
and you're going to a Vor meetup.
Well, that's the reason why I'm going.
Oh no.
Yeah, take care, Amoy.
Wait a second. Where the hell am I? Oh, wait. Yeah.
In the world.
I love forgetting where I am.
That was a bad
Worlds
idea.
become worlds.
Ooh, promised features? What is this?
I hit my drum kit again. Ouch.
Oh, this is the old... Okay, yeah, we actually were there already. 2 streams ago. Wow.
I went to the Skyrim world the other day. That was quite fun.
The what?
I went to there was a Skyrim world. Somebody opened a Skyrim world, and I walked in. It just literally just took me back.
Oh, wait, that's a
the days
Skyrim
of-
world?
I think so. They look like a Skyrim world. It was like the Skyrim Taverns or something.
Let me see. Worlds.
And I was
Skyrim
just sitting in
Dragon's
the
Reach,
tavern,
Skyrim
just drinking
Tub.
mead.
There's like everything. There's like Church of Todd, Winterhold Watchtower.
Well, they just used the model from the game.
Yeah,
so
they just like
obviously
yank,
so many
the-
people have modded it.
Yeah, they just yanked the little Skyrim things and just put a bunch of them.
Kara's having problems by the looks of it. They were having
died.
trouble. They were
Going
dying
to-
there slowly.
Exactly, a cooking going to Vor world. Like, excuse me, do you want to die?
No, I'm a cookie. I am cookie dough right now. You know.
Oh, so you gotta burn you first. You gotta do an oven.
I guess so.
Ooh, oh, that's old.
Is it Jester?
Yes. It's on brand. I
With
don't think-
mistletoe?
Do you think cookies want to be eaten though?
I don't know. I've never asked a cookie if they want to be.
Yeah, you've been
Never
eating
been
them
in
all
a
this time.
conversation.
Have you ever asked
Yeah.
your food if they want to be eaten? Chat.
I
Oh man,
don't
that
know.
reminds me
I
of that
ask the
movie.
chicken
What's
sometimes,
the chickens? Yeah, I usually ask my chickens if they want to be eaten, but they just go like, "Ah," and I don't know, man. I just
I think bagak means that
Means
means
yes.
no.
the day they say no, I'll stop eating chickens. Okay.
Oh, okay, so chickens have got to learn English. All right.
Yeah, they might be like, I'm sorry, I do not consent to become food, and then I'll stop.
Stop. Go get some help.
Like scrolling. Fanboy Starbucks. That's pretty famous right now.
Really? We've been in.
Sausage Party, yeah, the Sausage Party movie. That thing is terrifying. Furry Disco. It looks AI generated. Ah,
Oh wait.
VR don't wanna.
There.
Nah, Kira, I know you hate me. That's why you do this. What? You gotta scooch. You're behind my chat. You gotta scooch. You're behind my chat. Like, to the side. Huh? What the fuck is that song? I'm not even gonna question anything.
Yeah.
Horse.
Yeah.
Horsem.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through. Sorry, I'm like, I look zoned out, but I'm just scrolling through the worlds to
Pregnant?
see if there's anything cool.
What?
Meow. Pregnant?
Preggers? What? No, I get Gregnant because I eat too much sausage rolls.
Pregononon.
Although I feel
You
like
know
if
what?
you had a
Let's
boyfriend
search
called
a
Greg, you would say
furry
you got
furry
Gregnant.
world. Why not? Apparently, it's called a furry dorm. Hopefully, there's no porn on it or something. Meow, 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 meow. Ooh, wow. Oh shit, I have... Oh yes, I remembered something. I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. Okay, let's accept. Whitelist friends to enable voice in chat box. Please have to confirm blah 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 whatever. First, I have too much of a... Ooh, this is pretty. This is pretty. This is pretty. Look at that. Okay, we want to go to Beyond Dreams, Dome Sweet Home, Slumber Oasis, Abyssal Somnia, Echoes of Antiquity. I want to go to the Echoes of Antiquity. I'm gonna wait for everyone to load. But okay, so chat. I play Arc Raiders, right? Sometimes, and I have two people at my work that they're like my age-ish. One of them is like the same age, and another one's like younger, I think. And we're talking about games and whatever, and I'm like, yeah, we can play Arc Raiders when we're home. I was showing them the game. They bought the game because I told them, and I was like, yeah, we can do a trio after work. I do some team building, you know, off thingy, and I was like, yeah, we can play Arc Raiders after work. So I got home and I was like, you know, thinking a little bit. I'm like, huh, they're gonna have to add me on Steam to play the game and on Discord. And I was like, shit. So I logged in my old ass Discord. I made a Discord channel for us to play, right? It's like 3 people, and that's fine. And then I was like, I had to remove my, I changed my Steam picture. But I'm like, if they click my profile, they're gonna see like 7,000 hours in VR chat, and I'm like, and they have my name now, Snowy, but you know, it's just my last name or whatever, so it's fine. But like, I was like, oh no. I'd be like, they'll be playing at 3 AM and they'll be like, Snow, he's playing Enter Eat. Oh, look at that. He's playing a porn game. Look. It will be funny if I saw one of them actually doing that instead. Just tell them at this point. Wouldn't it be funny to find out that one of your employees is kind of like 50 times the size of your company? Like, technically, if you go to my YouTube, Twitch, and whatever, I have like 100 times more reach or something than... It's kind of crazy. Can't you hide stuff on Steam then anyway? I don't really care about hiding. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of weird. We are weird. Alright, I want to go to the Echoes of Antiquity, because that sounds kind of cool. So I'm gonna follow that thing. Over there. You will be boosted. Oh my god, here's the little things! Oh, we have this! We have this exact plushie! Oh, a whitelist? What the fuck? Really? A whitelist? There you go. You can
now
hear,
you can hear us.
I'm sorry, I hate furries that make like, oh, we have a whitelist so we can't hit people that we don't want to.
Myself, so.
No, like I just like the concept of a VR chat social thing where you go to a world with like, I think this is a sleeping world. But like at that point, just like turn off your microphone or like your headphones or whatever. I just go over there.
Yeah, probably.
We have this exact plushie, by the way. Like, is it at Portugal? We need to bring it. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I think it's the first time. This is a furry sleeping world. Like actual, like just meant for. There's beds everywhere. Yeah, bed over here, there's a bed over here. Like, I want to join a public instance of this and just see what the fuck is happening. Keep your dog leashed. Ah, funny. Kira? I need to leash Kira before he starts waking up everyone. Sound keeps fucking up. Yeah. Kira, the world has a whitelist. You gotta open your menu and whitelist the sound. There you go. I can hear you now. Yep. Wherever you are.
there.
It's a weird thing. There you go. You can leave. You gotta open the menu and whitelist everyone.
I don't
Whitelist
know.
me.
For
There
me,
you go.
I don't hear any
Yeah.
voices. The
Menu
sounds
whitelist.
and avatar sounds work, but I don't hear any. And in
I don't know.
the system,
I don't know if
the,
Kira. Can you guys scream
avatar,
at the Kira to get
the
the
voices are normal.
whitelist?
So
Whitelist.
I just
Whitelist.
restart VR.
Whitelist! Kira! Whitelist! He's gonna restart VR and doesn't know.
Yeah, I'll be back.
You're not gonna you're not gonna
No.
fix it. Menu.
What the fuck?
Whitelist. Can you read my lips? Whitelist. Wait. White. White. List.
Get out of the way!
I gotta do sign language for Kira. Least. There you go.
Ah, no, Kira's back.
I could do that, but that's more funny if I just like gesture uncontrollably towards him. I gotta get up because it's fucking up my hip tractor on the back of my ass.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. yeah.
There you go, I told you.
Yay, it worked.
You kept walking into the menu.
I was totally not screaming whitelist. Frankly, while I
That's
forgot we
stupid.
could like write on the fucking menu of VR chat.
Yeah.
I gotta go get my power bank. I'm running out of battery. Hold on. Here's a pretty bean. I do love that avatar you have. It's that Nardo thingy. It's really cute.
Yeah.
I think it's one of my favorites.
I want the colorful textures on this one too, the new one.
The colorful texture. That just looks like you're gonna make it gay.
The teamer.
I charge you, so no
even gayer.
complying. Can I call you out? Sakura is home all day, right? And she's on the couch and whatever. And
Yeah.
she does this thing where she steals my power bank to charge all her stuff on the couch because she is too lazy to get up and charge it on the plugs. Mind you, she's home. Like, you know, home, inside. I think my ass turned off. Hold on. Hold on.
I
on.
can turn on, yeah.
Hey, there we go. Turn me on, Kira. Turn on my ass, quick. It's broken.
Yeah.
Tug it. Use my tail as a thing, like. It's like a cat. Plugs is far away. You can get up, walk to the plug, and then plug it. I'm doing things for the book account, so I require power. Imagine requiring power. You know that Sakura has a book account? You should go follow her. Self-promo. Give her lots of followers so we can have more sponsors and she can buy more books. So I can run out of fucking space in my shelf. Everywhere. She's reading 60 books this year and I'm like... How? There's 12 months in the fucking... What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I read 60 last year.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that's possible. I'm not gonna lie. That is so cute. Like a little robot thingy. There you go. I read in a day. You have issues. You need help. I know reading is good, but like, is that healthy?
When I crashed in the previous world, the sound disappeared too. So I was looking for that first.
I was a postblog in 4 days, so I'm happy. You scare me. If it's unhealthy, it's just gonna die. Oops, wow. Go to the doctor, it's like, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're going blind. Ah, I can still squeeze a few more books then.
And if your doctor says that, I then just say I can't see that.
There's audiobooks? Oh my god, I'm gonna go deaf next.
Oh. The art with the cows is only fixed.
I didn't record translations? Did you typo? Surprised to see you here when I was just scrolling translations. Meow, 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 meow. What do you mean? Translations. I really need to hydrate more, man.
So on E6 is mainly just stuff with Renzi and then our cow comic.
Yeah. Second one is not out yet. But hi, Henry. Hello. Oh my god, look who's here. How will you be? You're so tiny. Oh, we gotta move worlds. We gotta move worlds. We gotta move worlds. Can someone type... Whitelist. There's a whitelist. Whitelist. You gotta put... we gotta move worlds. This world sucks.
You're saying whitelist doesn't help.
This world sucks. Hold on. We gotta change this shit. Someone joins me and everyone thinks that microphone is broken. You know what? Let's go to the BoxCon really quickly. Fuck it. We're doing a BoxCon.
What?
Portals are forbidden on this world. Oh my god.
This world is so shit.
Nobody can fucking hear me! Wait. There's a whitelist, but we can't portal. Okay, who can hear me?
I can.
I can hear you.
Okay, you guys type to each other or whatever on the box. We're gonna move worlds. I'm gonna move somewhere else, and you have to request because the world doesn't let you put any portals.
Holly?
So I'm just gonna fuck off, and you guys request off me. We're gonna like move worlds. You know, you gotta follow me. Okay, perfect.
I can hear you now.
Okay, God damn it!
Now you just sound stupid.
Cute.
Now I just look schizophrenic.
It's adorable.
Alright, just follow me. I'm actually crazy and none of these people actually exist, okay? I'm schizoing. I think, chat, my idea is I'm gonna collect people today and we're gonna go do audience anarchy later probably. Because it's been a while. Rylet and Kevin are always fucking each other. I'm pretty sure they're online right now. I'm gonna request. Oh, they're on red. Oh, okay. Well, I tried. Did you take our medication today? No. I don't take that shit. That's for pussies. The pussycation. You know, I was looking for something to watch and came across you. I used to watch videos on YouTube channel about 2 or 3 years ago, and also I don't remember why I stopped. I can probably tell you stopped because maybe YouTube just stopped recommending. It does that a lot. You just go watch something else and it just stops doing things. But I'm still here, man, and welcome. We just do mostly Laugh You Lose now anyway, but I'm trying to get back to other things. Everyone can talk now! Whoa, and properly!
I have a voice!
That is fucking adorable. Oh god.
Wait, now I can guys hear
You are really blue, you like blend in the background so well.
Did
you even read what like the the moment you join the world it tells you why you can't.
Yeah, it's been ages. What have you been doing?
Moving.
Moving. Nice. I actually moved to 8 months ago. It's been a while.
To another house. To another house. Job title. Just yeah, it's been chaotic.
That's a lot of moving. Okay, that was more than I can see why you're not around. I moved once only.
And
oh my God,
I got
like
a new partner.
Nice. I hope
I broke up with the other one.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, it sounds like you're like, yeah, no one's broken. So.
I live with this person now.
Oh, that was a big
I
jump.
live with my new person. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the bean I wanted to show you.
This is the pickupable one. Yo, blue corner. Everyone who's not blue, fuck off. Okay, we're gonna stay here.
I am partially blue.
You can stay. You're like you can stay for like half the time. Okay.
Yay!
I mean, Snowy, you're also not fully blue.
No, it is blue. It's just very faint. Shut up, purple.
Yeah, just show.
You're blue and white.
You're purple. You have no like opinion here. Okay.
You're purple and green.
Yeah, exactly. You have no rights in your purple creature.
And white.
But I do have to take off. I just wanted to pop and say hello.
Yeah, I hope it goes well. Just anytime you need to come.
I'm gonna give you pets.
Whoa.
Here.
That was a big
pets.
The bean has to go.
Shaming purple.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
my
super
ankle
purple.
monitor.
Oh, you actually have an ankle
Ankle
monitor?
monitor.
Can I put like a 30-feet radio around me that you cannot walk in and it starts beeping? I'll be kind of.
Oh no, I can actually. No, let me show you. Let me show you. Look.
Oh no.
Is it weird that I am a bit lazy to boot up my VR headset?
Yes, I know.
Look. Look.
There you go, I'm holding you for immersion.
Do you see that green like circle?
I can see the green circle, yeah.
If I do place slash activate safe area and then hide it, the moment I go beyond it, it starts beeping.
Oh, the police. Oh.
So it's a genuine ankle monitor technically.
Guess what?
What?
Your butt.
I'm opening up my new business.
Oh.
Let's go.
You have a
It's
you're
called
like...
it's called Art Lilium.
That's kind of cute. You were very busy
I do
these
art.
couple of months.
I do art commissions. I do 3D printing commissions.
Oh, I want to check those actually. Send me.
So far, that's all I have right now. But I am creating my business cards. I have created the Google form so they could fill out for the commissions, and I'm very excited.
Man.
You gotta send me all that. I want to see.
Sorry,
I'm
I know
excited
you were
for you.
talking. I do apologize, but I was so happy.
There's like I was saying you need to send me all of that because I want to see. Maybe I'll get something if you have space.
I don't know if I have yours. No.
Man, fucking there's so many ads. Like, what the fuck? Has it been like 30 minutes already?
Did you wash your ass today?
Jesus. Hi, Guac. You can see that Guac isn't here for ages because Kira has a Nardo for fucking years now. 54 months. Thank you, man. Thank you for being old. God, 4 months. What the f... That is a long time. Holy shit.
No, I know.
Okay.
What I'll go to 69 and we give up.
I'm watching
Hey,
this
what's your
stream while
Discord?
being here.
You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be here. You're like, shut the fuck up. I'm watching this. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Too
Mom,
much
I'm
noise.
playing Minecraft.
Oh, my mom.
Are you winning, son?
Are you winning, son? No.
I think it's on.
No, but,
Yeah, I found
but I
it.
have
Are you
become a
sunning
degenerate
winning?
furry.
Yeah.
Are you whining, son?
Are you an...
Oh, I can't do that. Legs hurt.
Are you a professional in IT yet, son? No, but I have become a
Huh?
degenerate furry.
I sent it to you, and if
Oh,
you
no.
can, it would help me a lot.
Engineer.
It will help me a lot if you send it somewhere else.
Wait, I have become...
Yeah, I'll stay there. I'll do this. I'll keep an eye. I'll check everything after. I meant you could send me anytime. You didn't need to do it now, but it's fine. I'll
Yeah, I'm
store
gonna
it.
grab some more drinks and also clean off like a digital camera that is sitting on my desk that got like covered in something.
I'm doing... Oh,
Oh,
sorry. I bumped with my shoulder.
What did you do?
You need a little bit more
probably spilled
cologne.
cocaine on it.
Bye. Good luck with all of that.
Coca-Cola.
I mean, he said it was filthy, so maybe
Oh.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I did leg day yesterday, so I can. If every time I move, my leg gets locked and I get sad and hurty. That's fine.
No.
It's kind of funny. Like I went to the gym and did leg day, but I did all the exercises, but I forgot one.
Oh yes.
For the hammer strings on the back, the one you do like this, like down. I forgot that, so everything fucking hurt, except my like here. This is perfect. My ass is nice. It's okay. Everything else is dead. So I look like a. So because of that, I just walk like this. I look like a penguin. Like hi. Yeah. I need to be careful with turning my legs because it's actually too big. Like,
You know, it will be more funny if you have a green screen and
I can't. Sorry, it's not going on. I cannot hear shit. It's the name. John Ham dance. Oh. You're welcome.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh. Careful!
The screen of my Canon camera is now clean again.
Lamb. Wait, hold on.
I'm starting to realize I'm gonna have to take apart my right controller again.
Oh no.
The trigger, the capacitance
I like to murder my friends.
Sensor for detecting your pointer finger on the trigger is...
God damn it, Mom! Why are you calling me right
spring that
now?
goes
Sorry, here, I'll help you.
Pad is not making good contact.
Imagine your mom calling you.
There you go, you're safe now. Dad, can we adopt this? Can we adopt you? Oh, no, fuck. No, never mind. You know what? No, fuck you. Nah, that's too far. Nah, that's too far. I really liked you, but now it's like that. It's whatever.
No.
I like that color though, like that little thing you have, that feather.
So hold up, I wanna try something.
Yeah, there's a little spot here too on your feather.
I wanna try something. Hold
You should
up.
totally look down. God damn it, I thought it was gonna work.
Hold up.
It is cool. I've been trying to get like more accessories for me, so like I have like piercings and whatever, because I was feeling very insecure. Because like without anything, you look flat. You're just like that, like flat. You know what I mean? Oh.
Now it works.
Ceiling fan. A ceiling fan just joined.
Oh my god, I'm your biggest fan.
Hold up, let me.
Thank you guys.
Whoa.
Wow.
I know. Wait. I should have said you're my biggest fan. Fuck, I heard.
I mean, wait, hold on.
I
hold on,
fucked it
got
up.
some for you.
I thought you meant my fan was going off. Sorry.
Nah.
hold up.
Oh, there we go. We have a fan. Yo. Can we like? Wait, come down.
Give us wind. Give us yes.
Yo.
Hey, Snowy.
I wanted to think when you put your head on a fan, you're like, oh, fucking.
Hey, Snowy.
Huh?
Snowy.
Purple. Yeah, is that a clicker? Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh no, you triggered them.
What's fun? Yeah. Yeah. Watch this.
No,
Come
I'm
here,
covering your
Fox.
ears. No. Ah, bad. Don't follow the click. I like everyone's like, oh.
Did they also? Did you also follow the clicker?
No, I.
Did they click?
Illegal.
Hold up.
Illegal. Illegal.
Oh.
So cute.
I just found another one who's clicker trained.
Am I dead? I died for a second. There you go. My heart is
No,
off.
I'm clicker trained.
Christian, what do you use for the heart rate? Do you use one of those monitors or is it like an Apple Watch?
Thank God no one else here has a clicker.
Apple Watch? Ah, you gotta teach me how to like. Because I use my Apple Watch for like to stream like over here somewhere. It's invisible, but you can imagine it.
I mean, as long as you don't like turn on anything like.
Oh wait, do this?
Bad. Pretty sure you can
Do this?
I mean, that stuff on it because it's one of yours. It's a blue.
That is cool. Is it like IRL
Yeah, I
thing?
know, but,
And like, you know, the avatar?
I mean, this one does have those features as well, but they're like impossible to.
I love
My
people
guess
who
is
does the little
Snowy-
details where they
I
put
guess
all their
Snowy's
things.
avatar also has like SPS on it. I mean, I know
No,
some of
what
your
the
avatars have-
fuck?
No, I saw that short. I saw that short.
You can't turn it off on that avatar. It's from Foxy Paws. It's literally impossible. I mean, you can, but I'm lazy.
You can remove them in Unity. It's easy to remove them in Unity.
Yeah, but there's
Just
no
disable the
base
hot
that
track.
doesn't have it. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just not toggle them. It's whatever. It's fine.
I mean,
That
SPS.
worked,
I mean,
yeah.
SPS is useful. Like, I've seen like a thing with like a
For what?
Beyblade where you can like where SPS.
Oh
is used to
yeah,
be, like,
yeah, that one, the Beyblade
shoo,
one.
it's like-
Okay, that's kind of
Yeah.
creative.
Oh, wait.
Blade
I
by
mean, there's so
DPS.
many, like,
Let
ways to
it.
use SPS.
Me.
There's a reason
Like-
why SPS is used. It's people think that SPS
Yeah,
is
with
just
the-
for
It's
ERP,
99% for that.
It's not.
It is 99% for
It's
that.
more or less. There
Yes.
There it is. It's right behind you. It's right.
Wait. We should all clone this and do a Beyblade battle. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Oh, sure.
Where is
Apparently
it?
They're different for everybody. The direction that they go is different for everybody.
What is it? Items? Oh.
Items. Beyblade.
Yo.
Let's do it, Snowy.
That's so cool. DPS Beyblade, bro. Look at that. See? Non-degenerate use of it. Actually. I'll like restart this. No way someone made this, bro. You wanna fight me in a Beyblade battle? Look.
Funny things we could do it on.
Oh, the classic.
God. Yes.
This is kind of cool.
I have no idea where mine went. It
Oh
just
my
disappeared one
god,
day.
who has the fucking teasing like avatar right now? Holy shit.
It's on this avatar.
If this was
Look
in
at
your
that!
childhood, you missed out. If this wasn't in
Exactly.
your childhood.
Here's the thing. I have
And
a classic
yes.
mat of this with Thomas the Train tank engines with track that goes
one
along
of
with
these.
it.
Oh,
It was an
yo.
actual third one. I had an actual
Here's the
like, proper
physical
one of
thing.
these are
Do we have
so-
cars?
I fucking need to buy.
Yes, there's a car.
One of these again.
There's a car?
Ironically, dude, I need to.
Oh,
buy one of
yo, we got a Hot Wheel car.
these. Oh my god, you can actually.
There's no way.
Dude, I
Yo.
need to buy one of these and like a bunch of fucking toy cars. Oh my god.
This is the fucking stupidest thing I've ever done actually, but it's so fun.
Okay. Even if you're an adult, you're never too old to play with toy cars.
Nah, man, this is amazing. Nobody can see shit because we're all playing here.
Totally.
Yeah.
Also, hey Snowy, don't ask why I'm wearing a gas mask.
It's because of all the stinky here.
Oh no, that's probably just me.
Wait. I'm gonna.
Oh, no way, man. That is kind of cool. Look at that. Can you do this?
Oh no, you poof. Oh no. Wait,
Like,
hold
stretch?
up. Does Snowy have it on? Can I
stretch
boop
your
you
arm?
and pop you?
Hi.
Can I boop you and pop you?
Gas you.
No, I can't. What?
I'm gonna gas you.
No.
Wait, can you do me a favor? I want to do the meme. Can you lay down on your belly? Don't worry about it.
Wow.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You have to
Don't worry about it.
on. I have it on.
Stinky spray.
I have it on. You actually have to go through. You have to actually go through and turn it on. I have it on.
Yeah.
Damn, what about crazy? It's time again.
Ah, I'm grabbing my own tail. Hold on. God damn it. Fuck off.
He's back.
You're like,
Let me hold it.
It's it's attached to the floor. Can you please put a little bit up?
Change it to the bunny tail, which is
There it
much
is.
smaller.
Got your tail?
Oh, you're going to play. Oh, my favorite thing to do in the bedroom: play with toy cars.
Yeah.
You're bald right now.
Okay, I think your tracking is fucking up.
Yeah.
Also, hey, Snowy.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, there's
Snowy.
also an waitress.
Huh?
Hey, Snowy.
I forgot. There's
Yeah.
also a
Look at
waitress
this.
in my avatar.
Look.
Is that a flashbang? Oh no, it's a smoke grenade.
No, it's a smoke grenade.
It's a smoke grenade. Oh, watch out! He's going to play smoke grenade.
Smoke grenade. That's the reason I'm wearing a gas mask. That's the reason I'm wearing a gas mask.
Why is my pointing stick so
because I'm
small? What the
wearing a
fuck?
gas mask.
Can you extend it? Oh.
You have to grab.
Hey yo. Sorry, sometimes it happens. He gets a little shy.
There it is.
I can't see shit.
What happens? happens.
I was turning it off.
There, you see this chat?
It's
You
random
see this?
Rope.
Yeah, I forgot about these.
You?
Pocket errors.
Ollie. It just randomly
Ow.
grows. It happens to everyone.
It happens to everyone. It just grows. Yes. Hey, Snowy. Pocket errors.
Where is my
Game.
charger? No.
Game.
That is the... No, that's the power cable of my server.
Whoever made this avatar. Oh fuck, wrong cat. Old cat. Old cat.
Then there's the older version of this,
Old cat alert.
Alright, hold up.
which doesn't.
Hey, I've got some pocket errors.
What the fuck, where's my new cat? Wait, hold on. Is it this one? I think it is this one.
Pocket errors.
There you go. How dare you?
I have plenty more.
Brrr. Here, you're taking... Are you nose bleeding? Oh my god, the avatar was nose bleeding. I just realized.
Yeah, it's already.
Yeah, and it has black eye. You have to turn it off in the settings.
So...
I want to
It's
be...
default.
I want to have
Favorite
nosebleeds
crayon
and be playing with my little cars on the floor, okay? I'm sorry.
There we go.
Why are there
Yeah, there was
crumbs
lots of
on
cake
my-
during the car play, okay?
Damn it, why are there
I forget that
crumbs
this
on
is
my-
a
You
thing.
made my dream come... I always wanted to do that.
The funny thing is, if this becomes more of a thing that people will do,
What? What, free books on Kindle?
that is a fake portal.
You know what I want to do? I want to say that is a fake portal and that is actually real, and then everyone's gonna walk in and actually go, "Yo, popcorn palace, what?" I'm gonna stay here until I go.
The funny thing, you can actually have it.
Yeah,
reset on
dude,
things.
everyone just like, come on!
You should do a real portal and just say, "Oh, look at the fake portal, it's so cool."
Just put the fake portal within the.
No, put the real one.
Put the real one
I'll be
within the
back
fake
in a
one.
bit. I'm gonna boot to my VR
Also,
headset.
Look what I'm,
Oh, I'll see you with hands then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the collar.
Oh yeah, I forgot this is.
My
also-
hands
Hey,
go-
Snowy, grab the leash behind me.
Wait, hold on, this is more important. Right.
Hey, Ollie.
There we go.
The cards. I don't think you can stand in it.
There's a
actually
gas
seat
canister on the
to
floor.
sit in it.
Wait, there's a seat. I can't find it. Damn it.
Somewhere there's a seat.
On the
Wait,
edge.
hold on. Did someone just? No, Brian. What have you done?
I don't see any suit actually.
No!
Well, bye.
And one seat.
Help!
I don't see any suit.
The funny thing is you
Umbreon,
can
please.
Meow.
Oh, whoops, my bad.
You can actually pick these up.
Oh, Diamond, let's go.
I'm gonna
Guys,
turn.
we gotta put the stuff in the carts. We gotta put the stuff in the carts.
Yeah, can you clean my box? It's kind of optimized. You guys are spilling polygons everywhere.
Also,
Shame.
where the hell, Umbreon, how dare you lock me in place?
What book did you get?
How dare you
Click
lock
through?
my
It was an
movements?
accident. I
There you go.
swear. I swear it was next to them.
Ah.
I did
Also,
click you.
Why are you doing this staring at me? I don't like it. The only thing you need like is not the foot going like,
Judgmental stare.
you know. What do you mean? Up so late, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'll
Back
look
your
out
book.
for you.
You're a really good like arm
Snowy,
wrestler.
Snowy, run.
There you
Snowy,
go.
run.
Huh?
Snowy, run. Run. I'm sorry.
Ah! Oh, it scared me. Oh. Thankfully, I made one of those. I already have one. It's fine.
Snowy, is there a leash behind me? You should be able to grab that.
There's one in front of you.
There's some behind, I think. Oh. No, that's the choker. Stop. You're choking, Ollie.
Yeah, doesn't need oxygen. Is you know, it's fine.
I was actually
Virtual
choking
oxygen.
me. Oh god. Oh, my leg. I feel.
Luckily, you're fine.
I don't
You
feel
enjoy
my
that.
legs. I don't feel my legs. I actually
Don't tell
feel
me
my
you
legs
you
anymore.
also have a tomato phantom allergy or something.
I don't
Let
know
me
fan
see.
allergy, but I do actually choke when that happens.
My ass.
Luckily for
I
you, you
genuinely
enjoy it.
choke when it happens.
That's good information to know, so I can murder you if I want to.
Jesus! Don't leak
If we
info like
if we
that.
phantom murder you, do we get phantom jail or real jail? What do you think?
No, but genuinely, that does actually choke me. My brain just stops me from breathing for some reason. I don't know why.
Hi.
Oh, there.
No, he's got me! Help!
Wee.
Bye. Put him stuck on a corner or something like.
I got him leash.
Wait, what if he pulled the leash and I pull this? Like you pull it back, I pull it front, like. Like.
Oh yeah.
Somebody tells me like this, someone is enjoying this, so I don't want to pull anything. Oh,
That's
whoa.
not the only thing the collar can do. That's not actually the only thing the collar can do.
I have a question. I ask everybody this when I meet them.
Is this for me?
Yes, if I can get to it. Is this? What do you think of this size of the tail?
I went blind for like 2 seconds. Wait, can I take a picture and send it to Donuts? He's gonna love that.
He would.
Like, just stay still for 5 seconds. There you go.
Also, the bird's back. Bird's coming back.
Honestly, I love it. It
Every
looks like
time
you're
somebody tells
sitting
me
on
it's
it.
Not, here's the funny thing. Every time somebody tells me it's not big enough, I double the size.
I think you should make it bigger, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be bigger. It can be bigger.
I'll do that right now.
BJ goes into Unity.
Immediately goes to
Actually,
Unity, scale it
Unity's
up.
already open.
Also,
Do you have Unity like
this
ready?
color-
Unity's already open.
My
Do you have
God,
Unity
what can
ready,
compare
just in
to?
case someone says it's not big enough? That's crazy.
Also, this collar also has PyShock integration, as well as like they can press like a button on their avatar, and I hear a whistle that no one else hears, and that
I don't
also
like
the
this
second
anymore.
everyone
I don't like where
hears.
this is going. I'm gonna put you in a timeout corner.
We should just done again.
I wanna put you in a
What else is
timeout
that?
corner. Timeout corner.
They just, by the way, watch. I'm gonna walk towards you, and they're going to activate it. Like, and I can't. I'm moving my
Technology.
stick. I'm not moving.
Technology,
I can't move.
bro. You know, this is all amazing. I feel like people spend hundreds of dollars, like thousands in VR and full body and hours in programming just to make this shit. And it's kind of funny. Just developing shit. Just to be kinky with pixels.
Also has what your leash has.
Like spending like several hundred in art, and then do I need to buy this for IRL stuff for myself at $60? That's a bit expensive.
I genuinely was put in timeout.
Yeah, like we.
Real.
That is a weird yes. I spend like hundreds of bucks on commissions and art, and I go out and like, I want to buy new shoes. $30. That's a lot, man. Like 30, or like when you go like you're buying something like like $1,000 whatever. Online like it's like $20 shipping, and you're like, I can buy it for 1,000, but 20 shipping. That's too much.
No, it's always
That's
the
too
shipping
much.
that gets you.
That's too much.
Or would you rather buy like a $15 like item with like $5 shipping, or a $20 item? I'm getting a $20 item because $15
There's actually
shipping,
yeah, no, there's
way too much.
Some companies take that into account, where if an item is 15 plus
Yeah,
5,
that
this
is
is 20
actually-
0, because it actually.
Remember, if you
Psychology.
want people to actually buy your products, just make the shipping free, and instead of it being $15,
I've bought a
and, like,
lot
$5
of
shipping,
products
just
in
make
my
it
life just because the
$20.
shipping was free. Yeah, I don't even need them.
Yeah. Even
How
though you
about
can
trying
get
to buy
have ya.
individual?
for the same amount,
How about
but-
trying to
yeah,
buy
then-
individual components? Like just a couple circuit boards. Like for instance, my tracking I made complete myself using Slime VR. I actually sourced every single part, and I got each tracker for about $20 each.
That is really good.
And it works really well, and I have up to 11 trackers right now.
I mean, I'm probably
You
going
can
to
see,
get
yeah.
like.
You can do the elbows, right?
Until I
probably
do
gonna get
something
some
like that,
tracking at
and
some
one of them
point again,
isn't.
But I'm waiting for Flux Pose.
I also
Did you get the
Probably
Kickstarter for Flux Pose?
Not yet. I'm gonna get that.
You're
like,
probably
at
gonna be
some
waiting
point.
2 years until you get your one. It's really far, like.
No, like
they're-
in October, like they start shipping.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
it's gonna
gonna-
be for the back. I don't
Okay.
know if they're gonna ship
Give me your laptop head.
until next year for normal people.
Ah, damn it.
Also,
That's just me
So-
saying.
We're not normal.
I found something.
I mean, I have
Non-backers, that's what I meant.
So
I
I
found
have
one
a
thing.
5 focus vision, so I can just get the Vive compatible trackers, and they're gonna work great.
I found something that's perfect for anybody that has ADHD. And
What is it?
and I just want to know, why did they make it free? It seems like this should not be free.
Why? Oh, wait, I think I need to show you. Hold on. Is it the particle thing? I think I know.
ADHD.
Yeah.
ADHD
Yeah,
or
I'm showing you right now.
autism. That's just awesome.
Can you toggle by like on and off again, maybe?
God.
Oh wait, no, it's
Awesome.
it's like building. Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Oh no, yeah, that's really cool.
That's
GPU
not
who?
just ADHD. That is also autism. ADHD
I
or
just love-
autism, one of those two.
Which is both what I have.
Bucks.
You said
Bucks. Send me the
ADHD and
files.
autism. I have both.
I
It's
lost like
completely
20
free. You
frames.
can just look it up. It's completely free.
Yeah, but I don't know where.
Also-
I don't know how it is called. But can you send me the? Can you
Geez,
send
no,
me the files?
Okay.
Like you
since
can
it's
you
free,
can
I
actually
do that.
put me in timeouts.
Yay.
Or all that weed can put me in timeouts. They can just
Yeah,
turn off my
well,
ability
Wait,
to
Uppies?
do it.
uppies.
There you go. Sorry, they're too small. I gotta hold them like from the. You know that meme, like I'm not cute anymore. That's just like fucking holding on the.
I'm gonna have to send you the download link because it's too big. to
Flux Pose
send
1 is
through
2 years
Discord
wait,
for
yeah.
me.
I think it's gonna be a big wait
Okay.
for the Flux Pose just because they have like what 3 million backing so far. That's a lot of shipping. And we never know if they're gonna run with the money too. That's the thing. Oh no, someone's big.
Yes,
I actually so the trackers I'm using, they're the Tundras, and I backed them up when they appeared on Kickstarter at the start, and I'm pretty happy with them actually. One dongle for like 11 trackers. Really
I
good.
want to say something, but I don't know if it is smart.
What? You guys scare me. Everyone here scares me. Except you, you're fine and Domino.
No,
What?
no, no.
Hey, I don't
The
know. Maybe it's
reason-
scary.
The reason why I'm thinking about it on say it's want to saying but not saying is because you're streaming.
Hey, whatever you say is your fault. You're the one getting hit. I'm fine. That's how the TOS works. If you say something bad, you get banned from like everywhere. Not me.
Yeah.
I should be fine, unless you're like racist or something. Then don't say it.
Oh no.
I can flexible, but then that I can do with my slimes and
What is
flexibles
your
like the
fa-
levers.
what are- what
Yeah,
are your
I'm just gonna
favorite
use
cookies.
cookies.
Sylvia, send you the link.
Oh no. I know the innuendo.
What do
in
you
that.
mean
I actually
innuendo?
know the
I don't want to
innuendo.
answer this shit anymore. You guys are just cookies. I don't care. I like chocolate
Cookies
cookies.
another term for something
No,
else.
like the chocolate shrimp cookies or the stroop waffles.
Yeah, chocolate chip probably,
You know what the
honestly.
innuendo is?
Very simple.
I am
The
a
reason
really
I
big
learned
fan
that-
of the stroop waffles.
I learned that from Skuru, actually. If I
Wow,
remember
those-
correctly.
This is down bad.
It's a really thin waffle with.
No plus one.
It's a really thin waffle,
God I don't
and
use
then
TikTok.
there is syrup on it, and then.
I think I know what you're talking
And then
about.
there is another waffle.
Another
on top
waffle.
of it.
Like
Yeah, no, I know. Those are really good too. And yeah, they're like you bite it and it's like soft in the middle, right? Like split,
Yes.
like yeah, no, those are good. I like them.
You
Yeah.
know the one, you know the
Is that a
The
cookie though?
famous Dutch. Yes, the famous Dutch ones.
The normal Nardo.
I just bought some in Portugal random. I never tried the original ones.
Yes,
Can't
the
wait for
bean.
tomorrow. What's tomorrow, Moscow?
Get rid of
A friend is a friend. Hey, Snowy. Snowy. A friend of mine is watching the stream, and then they are
What's his
and
name?
then they spam. Huh?
What's his name?
I don't know if he is like typing in chats.
No, just
It's
what's his
Dragon.
name?
Oh wait, I see him. It's Dragon. It's
Oh.
Dragon X.
Dragon 75. Fuck you. Yeah, there you go.
Is he jealous? Is he jealous right now?
I don't worry. You're way cooler than these people here. Don't worry about it.
Vox, look behind
Just
you.
it's funny. It's funny to see him jealous.
You're small here. I'll go down.
I don't know. What?
Snowy.
Hey, Snowy.
No?
Can I invite him?
Yeah, fine. I feel social today. I don't know why.
Snowy, don't look to your left.
I'm gonna put you guys on the timer. Why are you eating him?
Also, there's Domino.
Four.
Don't look.
Wow.
Don't look. Protect yourself.
Well, damn.
Unless you like it.
This is
So,
a funny V word. You're gonna summon LJ.
Left.
I just have to go with one eye.
It's
Yeah.
not mine.
Ace probably. I don't know what he's doing. Does LJ have like a size meter thing on? Probably.
Anymore, guys.
No.
Usually has a size
Not
thing
now,
like on my.
anyways.
Oh okay.
There is the tiny.
Oh hi. When did you join? What the fuck?
Hi, Dragon.
Yes?
Oh.
I just got here. Hi, Goober.
Yeah, I was like looking into him like, wait, I know this person.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing like a mini meetup stream thing, kinda ish. So I muted myself back
It's a
then.
thing that you can switch avatars.
I was saying like we're doing like a mini stream meetup thing, kinda.
Holly has that.
Like camera's behind you.
So when do I stop muting myself?
I have a too.
That's nice. That's nice.
Like, customize
Muting
it.
yourself. When you become a streamer, then you mute yourself by accident, like 24/7.
I'm not sure how to put the images and names right on this thing.
Oh, I know how to do that. I can help you with that. I can help you with that later.
Huh?
My camera keeps going behind you.
The names and the thing.
What
on
happened?
the-
Hello?
on
That was
the
delayed.
app, but they don't seem to be displaying on the
Hey,
thing.
don't eat the dino nugget, okay?
What did you
Do not
become?
eat the dino nugget. I heard my name. I was telling you are way cooler than all these people here.
Oh, it's still loading for me.
You agree, right?
Leonardo! That's
Yeah.
adorable.
Yeah, I agree.
Ow.
Slowly,
Oh,
everybody's
thank you.
That one's adorable.
Those are adorable.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I adopted this. It's
Yes, you are.
it's my what's it
I
called?
just noticed my tracking has been off this
Yeah, see, it's
entire
very
time.
exciting.
Oh my god.
You're my stream mute, yeah, like the
She
normal
also
streamers
seems to
have.
wanna
But
bite
now
your
you're the
hand.
furry version. Yeah, it's like a chihuahua, you know, when you're petting it, it goes like, wow. Like, petting your dog is actually very.
But who of them knows me? I'm so confused.
Who of them knows
It's
me?
like a
This
cat
one.
or a fox.
I think. Bok.
There we go. I got
your
it.
friend is talking.
Let's go.
I think.
You're adorable.
Or maybe it was a misunderstanding. No idea.
I'm pretty sure I can be like a tiny people with.
Gotta do pose.
Why is disappearing guy
Ah,
here?
what the fuck? I took a shower today, okay? What the
I don't
fuck?
know.
Is that a mannequin from the Disney Circus?
You know, mannequins existed before the digital circus.
Excuse me, so dog.
Stop eating Tommy!
Excuse me? Whoa.
I want to make Tommy an animated TTS thing. I gotta talk to Raccoon, see how he does it.
Also, finally, I have my tits back. I didn't even know I didn't have my tits.
Your
Oh my
status
God.
actually says it perfectly.
I am gonna do something funny.
Crown NPC. Oh,
I'm gonna make you a foreground NPC though. Stay in front of me.
Wait, what? How the hell are you offline? Wait, now you're asking me what?
Huh?
Special.
Beer.
Beer.
Nobody say anything.
No.
I cannot drink alcohol. Sadness.
Nobody say a
Yeah, you can
single
also
thing.
Oh my God.
drugs. Doing alcohol and drugs would kill
Wait.
you because you don't have like you don't produce growth.
Oh my God! I watch all your
That's why.
streams, Mr. Streamer. Can I add you and touch your face?
Mannequin.
I don't know where you guys get that shit from.
They're big.
What is that?
Mama.
Oh, sorry. By the way, anyone want some jets from Fallout?
Yo, can I have a hit?
I'm now taller than everyone.
Here.
Yes.
Oh, fuck! It works. Oh, whoa.
Yes. Dragon. Dragon. Look, there's another dragon.
Hold on. How many
Damn,
people here
Meow.
have tits?
I think
What kind of question is that? What the
It's
fuck?
more popular than me.
What? How many males?
Ooh, cereal.
are there? There's 1, 2.
You guys know that I have a toothpaste with cereal milk flavor. Yeah, so I have a cereal milk flavor, Nutella. What else? Salted caramel,
The
latte,
mannequin's a serial killer.
raspberry, cotton candy.
It's both. He had a both.
It's so weird because like you wash your teeth with this toothpaste and you feel unclean because it just feels like you're washing with Nutella. It's like
I actually don't.
It's amazing.
I actually don't like Nutella, but that's only because I'm
come on.
allergic to chocolate partially.
Okay, you know what? You have a reason. You have a very good reason. Like I don't like Nutella because if I eat it, I die. That's probably a good reason.
I don't die. It just makes me like puke. Like it
this
just
one
causes
loaded.
me to get something in my
If I was
juice
you,
and
I would
so
just be eating it and then like
in
worth
here.
it. That's
Good evening, everybody.
Okay, it does not sound like that.
Hold up, I'm getting cold.
It does not sound like that. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. There you go. Do you look pretty now?
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome to the showing of Iron Lung.
What have you done? What have you done? You've summoned him.
Listen, Kevin
that?
is gone.
I also
so...
Oh,
It's getting ready for me.
Yo, Markiplier in VR, by the way, special guest today.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to.
In today's video, we're gonna ERP with Markiplier on the FNAF map.
I can actually do the voice pretty well, surprisingly.
Kinda cool.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
I didn't see. Is
Markiplier?
Markiplier's movie out? He has a new movie thing.
Hello,
I don't
everybody.
know. I gotta watch.
Markiplier, and welcome back
I don't know if it
to
came out in Europe though.
Changed.
Yeah, I don't think you shoot your VR. You keep like moving around.
What are you
You like teleporting. Hello. Oh, hello.
Hi.
You good?
Sorry.
Do you need help? I use CPR. Oh.
You want help?
I'll be having some vocal surgery.
Oh no.
Oh my god! What the
I have
fuck?
it as well.
Protect me, Riley. There's a big scary man trying to eat me.
That's crazy.
Top of the morning, you ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye.
I forgot I had sound effects.
Top of the morning, you ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye.
You gotta slap someone's ass with that sound effect.
I mean,
Anyways.
you can do those. You can like multiply as well if you like play like the. And I don't know if you should do that.
Top of the
I like no hesitation.
Oh no.
Oh my, are you guys stuck?
Not that stupid, Avi.
Yeah, they can
Anyways,
multiply.
let's see. Choice 1,
This
2,
one can't
3,
do
or
anything.
1, 2, 3, or 4.
My name is Jacksepticeye. My name is Jacksepticeye.
Oh my god. You know what? You know what? You know what, shut.
Would you mind if I were to join you on Meow?
There are too many! We can't fight them! Oh my god, Jesus!
I know that Avi can
Oh.
get bad, but I haven't seen it get that bad.
Okay, never do that again.
My ears. I will never do that again.
It's funny once. After that, it becomes fucking annoying. Holy crap.
I switched to this to try and like kill them, but I'm like, this is too much.
Of course you have, Kevin. I mean, yeah, so do I.
Embry, are you gonna explain?
Can't be in VR, so I can't do something funny.
My ear.
If he's even in stream.
I don't have to explain, John.
Oh, not this one.
What the?
Anyways.
I like it, cut G.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, they're gold.
Yeah, this is the one that crashes.
Nah, this one doesn't. Fine. No.
It is the one that has the crasher on it. You just don't.
Maybe I don't know how to use it. My favorite avatar in VR is this one.
What do you mean? Ass is amazing in your face.
Not when it's unexpected.
Joke's on you, I'm already deaf anyways.
Fun fact,
I like the little squeaky person who's laughing.
Did you wash your ass today?
Above, like, the 20 kilohertz
Hey man, thank you so much! How long you're planning on being on? 4 hours.
From your grave.
Oh no. Jesus.
Oh no.
Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome.
This is my favorite avatar.
I unironically love that song. Jeebus! Oh, Jeebus Christ!
Oh my god, dang, hold on. Where is it?
Rise from your grave.
Oh no, you guys cloned it?
I'm going to favorite that, but I'm not going to clone it.
Oh, how about this one? How about this one? How about this one? Hold
I
on.
love how I still just casually have like something called
Ow.
War
Okay, I
Apples,
punched
but
my
don't
wall. I
have
punched
any
my
anymore
wall.
in there. By the way,
Oh my god.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Snowy, guess what I'm holding right now?
Hold on.
Timmy Turn is dead.
Oh no.
SMH.
You guys gotta learn reads from me, okay? This is how you do it.
SMH.
You need what I'm holding right now.
No, I'm trying to find. What is it? I don't see anything.
See, you know what? Should I start reading? Should I start reading the first?
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh.
Oh yeah.
Where?
Also, by the way, don't make me start reading don't make me start reading a prayer out of my Bible.
Oh, hey, Snowy, I have something cursed.
Leg has entered the lobby.
I will start
Feet picks
reading.
now.
I will start praying. Oh God.
No.
Oh no.
Discord.
Oh, second. Snowy.
What?
Don't make me read a prayer. Don't make me read a prayer.
Do you have the Bible?
Twitch chats. Yes, I'm holding the Bible right now. It's open.
I don't see a Bible, okay? I'm not a man of God.
I'm holding one in real life.
Oh, what? Bible? You know what? You need one, actually.
I mean, yeah,
Oh
of
my
course
God.
I do.
Just happened.
Of course I do.
Fun's over. Oh wait, it's just the gay dog.
I wonder why I would need a Bible.
Crazy.
I wonder why.
LJ! Oh my God! Why are you in VR? Are you not with the fucking online? Man?
Snowy, I have a question. I don't remember when I met you.
Hello, Surface.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Kira, why do you have that?
I remember when I met Snowy.
I don't remember much, honestly. My memory is really bad.
Remember.
I hate you. Why do you have that?
I do know it was one of the meetings like a while back.
Probably, yeah.
Did you wash your
what the
ass
fuck is
today?
this?
Look beside you.
I think it's so. Come on, me, daddy. Okay, fuck off. God damn it, I hate you.
Probably
Ban did a tier 1 sub to Come On Me Daddy 2022 apparently, because that's years now. Shame on you. Shame on you, man.
Come up in the kitchen. I feel like I don't remember anything.
You're not the only one. Even if you remembered, I wouldn't. Trust me, I'm shit at remembering.
Is it working?
I don't remember how I met anyone here.
Wait, does feeding other players work?
I have a question.
Okay.
What do you think about my husband and my daughter?
Others enabled.
My who's this
Which
one?
one? 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah, this is my husband.
He's very red.
What do you think about him?
Yeah.
10 out of
And
10.
my daughter's Holly. I didn't tell you that part. Sorry.
Your daughter's a little bit fucked up. Not gonna lie.
You know what?
that's a big boy.
I was like, what do you think about my daughter? Chat, and it's just this.
What?
I don't know, man. You gotta give her a diet, okay? You gotta give her a big diet. No more diet, no more Coke, no more sodas. Where is the... Can you pick up the Avali for me? There's a lot of Avalis here. I think. There's one over there. LJ, we adopted a new person. I'm very flinchy though, gotta be careful. There you go, look. Recurring character number 5, we got a number.
You know that.
Actually, first appearance character number 5.
I need to actually get actual text.
Hey, Snowy.
I'll make you recurrent before stream, I'll end, I'm like, alright, come on,
I
basement.
wonder if Twitch chat likes this.
Like... LZ join or end, so
Is
now you
that
can join.
the fucking My Name is the Mimic song? Excuse
I
me.
thought we were gonna say, is that the bite of 87 for a second there?
Anyways.
Hey, by the
Oh
way,
my god.
by the way,
Everyone's avatar, what the fuck?
I got lucky a few times.
Lucky?
Hey, Snowy.
Yes.
Joke's on you. I also have it.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah, I know you do. I
Probably
think
got
you
it.
and I
Probably got
both
it.
got it
At the
for
same time, yeah.
same instant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone needed. Why am I naked again? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Stop saying that.
This one's adorable.
You left your cloning on.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are.
Boopa?
You're precious.
I feel like bubbles every time I pull out this avatar.
Oh no.
Good old times,
That
man.
go through my mind when you say bubbles, and one of them is, okay, when's the screaming starting
I
to
might
happen?
need a bit of 47 because I'm actively losing brain cells here.
Hey, it's Snowy.
Huh?
Snowy.
I mean, there's one thing I agree with.
Were you
with
last
Bubbles, and that
year?
is no
Were you
baths or
last year at
showers.
at one of the furcons of what was it called?
Not last year, no.
Stinky.
I went to
MF,
Anthrocon
like-
a few years ago. I'm planning on going to EF, maybe. I wanna try.
What about
No, I was wondering
MFF?
because I was there. I was like,
No,
maybe
I went to
I'm-
Anthrocon only in 2000 and something. I forgot. 2022, yeah.
Yeah, I had a 9-hour flight. I got the like fucking took even longer just to get there.
Wait, where are you from?
You're adorable.
I'm dead. Man, I had to
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was able to get VR. It picked
That's
you
why I
up,
never
holds
want to
you
go
like a
back
small
to like
plushie.
the American cons. I'm like, I'm just gonna go to the European ones, honestly.
Yeah, the first
Those-
time it's just like a lot of
I am
people
planning-
there. But
I am planning on going
Never
with
again.
with.
I'm gonna try
You're
MFF.
Angie,
Fucking, you
you're
guys are not talking
adorable.
about MFF. I'm gonna try and go to EF, but the problem is, 2
sad.
weeks before
No
EF, I'm gonna go driving my motorcycle from Portugal to Norway, and I need 2 weeks of vacation. And then I'm gonna have to go to EF maybe, and that's a lot of money in
Okay,
1
who
month.
the
So I don't
fuck's
know,
up
maybe.
that?
If I can find people like Kira and LJ to room and whatever.
What kind of motorcycle you're driving?
I have a Ninja 400. Kawasaki.
Oh. Well, you still have like your A2 driving license, or do you have?
I have a full license. I can ride anything.
Oh, okay. You just have a. Okay.
I just started slow so I don't kill
Why
myself.
are you saying that? Because tomorrow is like my first class of like motorcycle, like getting my motorcycle license.
I remember that. Did you ever drive any like before?
Need to get going now.
I have driven a like a dirt bike.
Arcanine.
Oh, you're fine then.
And then I also tested one because I wanted to see.
For like a
You know what a guy told me? You know what a guy told me the first time I was on the bike?
Yeah?
He said, try the bike out, you know, just rev it a little bit, you know, go
Oh, going to the classes with like experience is the funniest thing ever. When is that? EF August. I think. First or second week.
I'll be at.
Snowy, I'm gonna need to get going. I need to go take I need to go take a bean out for a walk.
They're gonna
Take
be
Boss out for a walk.
Anyway.
I probably go to my stuff staying.
That's probably what's gonna happen.
If I was in VR,
How dare
I'd
you
steal
leave me?
away for cuddles.
I need things.
Go charge and come back. I'll probably be around.
Strips a day, like
I need to be the
two of
Goober
the
meme.
sweet talk strips a day.
Oh my god.
And no, it's broken. They don't.
Now that I'm an
count anymore.
Arcanine, you leave, huh? What a shame.
They're streaming, so I
get
What a shame, Kira.
thingies.
Ah,
It's
okay,
a-
okay,
yeah,
fuck you, now go away. Go away, sure. 19th to the 23rd of August, yeah.
Snowy,
Okay, cute boy.
by the way, like, have you tried adding me on Discord yet? 'Cause I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure I
think so.
remember
I don't
like
add
telling
any,
you that
almost never add anyone.
Yeah. Oh, I was wondering because like that would be a lot. That would be make it easier to potentially like plan like doing something with the haptic vests.
You know when I was on the
We'll see. You can just do whatever. It was in July. Now it's on August, on the second week, the third week.
And I was
Yes,
Hey Snowy,
I think that's
question.
fine.
Do you remember the Skeldon joke I did last
I'm
time?
planning on
Oh, no.
I'm planning
What
on
is it?
going to the FurCon.
You know, are you a top or a bottom? And then there's a
Yeah, oh
an
my-
avatar.
With Holly.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Another one for you.
Another one?
I can
Okay.
make you sing.
With my bike.
Uh-huh.
No,
Oh.
no.
Okay, so this is a joke. Knock knock.
With my bike with the fucking first head on.
Who's there?
Oh, like
Old lady.
wait, on your
Old
bike,
lady.
on your
Fuck you.
si-
No,
on your
no,
bicycle.
no, 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 I got it before I said it.
Motorcycle, yeah.
Yeah, motorcycle.
I'm not gonna say old lady who, okay?
Okay, I didn't know you could be yodel.
Oh, you should have a sound alert on like a command and like someone say old lady who and like you just play the thing. No.
It's some kind. It's a car. It's a car.
It's a Saab. It's a Saab.
Yeah. It's old, but okay.
Use your wicker.
25 years old.
Wickers?
It still drives. It still drives.
I haven't seen this man use wicker for years.
Roof broke with the hydraulics, but I fixed it by myself.
Last time I saw
There you go, you're
use his
welcome.
wicker was when he was with Bubbles doing the haptic vest.
That was a few years ago. I have the haptic vest there on my closet. I don't think it's charged. This one uses this one has the haptic vest stuff actually. If I dress it. But yeah, look.
You went pretzeling in Donut's lap.
I need to go to.
No.
You don't know how to.
Sounds like me, yeah. I don't have the vest though, but it's a part.
I fixed the letter.
That's okay. Look at him. Look at him.
The head.
Who wouldn't snuggle this? Who would not cuddle this?
That's the easiest thing.
Wait. I gotta do the thing. Every time I'm on this avatar. Hold on, I'm gonna.
That's also one of the easiest things you can do on the car.
I'm gonna break my spine a little bit.
Still doesn't work. Well, I got you.
Full beam works.
Hey, change the fucking circuit breaker, like the two fucking things on the circuit
Oh,
breaker.
what is he doing?
You're grabbing the chair, aren't you?
Yeah, but
I'm
full
sitting.
lamp, like
Hello? Where's my heat fucking disappeared? Hello? There you go. Come on.
Oh, there we go.
I'm a couch now.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
No.
Desktop is a little bit complicated, but perfect. I remember when I streamed with this. Oh, when I streamed with this, every time, not even stream. Whenever I use this, anytime I sat down, there was a bunch of people just like on me.
Well, yeah, big Wimker.
Big winker card. There you go.
Wimker.
Oh.
Bigger Wimker. Perfect.
Have you been cuddled before?
Yes. That's like a strange question to say no, not gonna lie.
People, these are not the normal pepper. This is the pepper wicker, you know. This is not lore accurate right here.
It is not the pepper wicker, look.
Oh, but it has even fingers that move. This guy.
Time to relax. Take everything off and just let them air out.
I'm
Am
not
I
gonna put
right?
my balls out, okay? Chad, that's nasty.
Someone clip that.
No.
Someone clip that.
Can you send me? Okay, is that an asset we can buy? I love this thing.
Do you know why?
Look, wait, point at me. Wait, hold on. Point at me. Look, this is you, and then this is you when you go in like cold water.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
I didn't realize.
Wait.
Want something interactive? Let me get my Naruto
Can
real
you
quick.
stop masturbating his
This
stick
one's
finger?
broken.
Balls out for Harambe
You
love.
want a jorky? Oh no, yeah. Oh.
Oh no! What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, hold it out.
Yeah, but
Me when I see girl. No. I was gonna say
Accurate though.
Me when I see girl butt, it goes lower. Me when I see boy's butt, it goes way out here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like me when I see a girl, like, oh no, I'm getting stuck.
Whoa, boy.
Boy butt.
When
Why am I much smaller than this?
basically when you so basically you're talking to like you think a female avatar.
Oh my
They
god, is that
haven't
the
tried
love juice?
You know, it's very nice
Yeah?
conversation.
Oh,
Do you
no.
know why
And they
didn't
have
the
to tell
skeleton
you
cross the
something.
road?
There, a guy.
Why?
Sorry.
Better.
He didn't have the guts to do it.
Exactly.
Even better.
Exactly.
Father, are you disappointed?
Very disappointed.
Where's the silly face, goob face, goob.
I hate that jokes that are good because then you're like,
I kind of hate that it's a setting, but I also love it.
Excuse me, sir.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know your gender.
Damn.
Is he a dude? Is he trans?
No.
What the fuck?
No. Do you
No,
see-
I have.
Do
I
you see the pronouns?
Are they 6'7"?
I can't see. I'm a little bit.
Oh no, they're not.
blind.
Never mind.
I can't see my right eye.
Oh, the him
my
or
God.
she?
That's my skill. You have to go so every time.
Yeah, but John.
My pronoun used to be 6'7" in VR here. LJ!
Don't
ever say that. I just got in your 6'7".
LJ, save me! Save me.
From what?
I'm being harassed by the guy.
what?
That's why we always say you have like
Okay.
half a
Fight him.
brain
Are you
cell.
Fight him.
Hold on. Fight him? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Can you get big?
Yeah, but I almost lost in the air.
Like how big? How big's
Like big.
I lost.
Not that big, but like, you know, double my size or something.
You know that.
I was
Okay.
retarded and I shot basically a very big illegal firework out of a cannon and my ear.
I need to
was
show you
right
something. Lay down. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Lay down like this.
Stay at a nice gesture.
What?
Wait, LJ, do the thing.
I was like this and I instantly went off.
Do the thing.
I was
Yeah, but your camera's right there.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I wasn't trying to be rude, but I have
His
friends
viewer
who
won't
switch to
complain.
Virginia.
Palm. Worth it.
Oh no. Okay, I can see why. I can see why.
But now he's a woman.
I can see why. I apologize for that.
I dated a trans girl.
I apologize for that. See, that's good.
Look. Will you be staying in my friend lens? My friend.
That's your new friend, LJ.
This is fine. Here, I'll show you.
You have a brain cell.
How are you gonna show?
Stop saying it before I get in trouble from Snowy. I don't want to get arrested, dude. Come on. 30% of my friends are gay.
He's fine.
I knew it. I'm sorry, okay. I just wanted to show a cool thing.
If I was in VR, you'd be getting tummy rubs right now.
Why did I say the word trans first?
Wait, this one is better.
You're gay.
Wow, okay. See, I'm not a bottom because it's pointing down.
How old is
So
that
I'm not, I'm
sticker?
top. It's not old actually, like a year or something.
The Bonnie kit.
Hey, yo.
No!
No, wait, can you add
Whoa!
to your friends list?
Sorry, man.
Like, I only am
You need to aim at the chest thing. I have like a chest hole. Like,
At the chest?
yeah, there's like a chest
A
thing.
chest hole? Excuse me?
Yeah, a chest. Oh no, not this one. Never mind. Just put it over here. It's a chole. Okay. There we go. Perfect.
That is so good.
That is actually so good. What the fuck? Oh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Your new thing is the crutch. You know what? I can live with that.
I have a sticker.
Alright, everyone put one sticker. I want to see what we can do. But make it creative.
I have no more brain cells.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Damn it! What is that? Shit.
Nah, fancy. Look at that.
My creation.
What the fuck is going on there? Wait, what? Oh.
It's a kitty in a box.
I like that. Yeah, I should keep it.
Hey Snowy, can you add my husband to your friends list? He really wants a big fan of you.
Yeah, sure. There you go.
This is
And me.
This is
And me
how
too,
the Vikings
please.
did it back in the days, you know what?
Oh.
I don't want to fuck on my
Snowy,
fucking...
are you American?
No.
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 Ew.
Well, do you like the police?
There, Amber, are you happy now?
No.
I mean, Norway. They're pretty cool here.
I'm really happy.
Hey, I got him
Okay,
there.
so what did the policeman say to his belly button?
Start speaking
Yeah.
Portuguese.
What did the policeman say to this belly button?
My man's a little shy.
You're under the vest.
Let's let you know.
I hate you so much.
My man, I'm right now.
God damn
It's
it.
another big winker.
I'm a binger winker.
I added this, and then like, and it looks really cool.
Wait, gotta make it. There you go. A good angle. Winkers are like cats, okay? We're too retarded. Gotta fight. Yeah, fight back, you pussy. Honestly, fighting me would be kind of comfy, cause like, Oh, okay, we're doing this. Oh, I think you missed, bro.
Give me a kiss, love.
Oh, it's okay.
Give me a kiss, love.
You won.
Fine. I'm just gonna say until next time, Snowy.
Yeah, I will stick here a bit longer.
My first give.
Like grabs you. There we go. Come on.
We have some catching up to do, okay?
Yeah.
Do you know what I like doing to small avatars? You grab them like this. I talked about this before. And then you guys look like water bottles, so you twist the head. Like, and then.
Yeah.
Oh my god, wow, wow.
Why am I with Snowy? Who
Hold on.
decided that?
There we go. I'm small like you now.
Why am I with Snowy? What is this?
Is that the Wawa? Oh.
No, it's not.
No? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Whatever. I don't like the real Wawa.
Okay, see what it is. I see how it is. Start to cry now. Like a little bitch.
Do you like clothes?
Please hold the line, everything. Oh, there we go.
Do you like clothes? Do you want to be not naked? Hey, do you want to be like this? You can go find Waranto and buy his things. They're really cool.
Clipping.
Am I petting you? Thank you.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Oh, it's transparent. What the fuck?
Touching your hair.
No.
Oh, that's cool.
Right, okay, I mean, touching your hair now.
Ah, man, you're gonna go. Domino, where are you? Are you in the world? Oh, sorry. You're so small. Bye, man. Well, we gotta hang out like off streams where I can pay more attention and we actually get to
It
play
is
like
such a
play
cute.
things.
But it's such a cute tiny bean.
He's very cute and very blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
I should not be in VR, but I'm anyway.
I'd be like the demon and the VR.
Yeah,
Stay and go clubbing.
Clubbing?
Oh, I turned off my camera. What the hell?
There's a person behind me. He's behind me, isn't it?
Yes.
I have to freaking fix everything again here, man. Asks remote user, so now I can see this person behind me.
You let the head pitch.
Oh my god, I keep fucking
You have a license for that?
near. Excuse me, sir, do you have a license for your petting?
Yes.
Do you?
They now have like a device like
Permanent petting.
You can't do that because your mouth doesn't like that. But you're gonna put your hand on a machine.
Ah, that's poor. Bad. They like it.
Yeah, no. Wait, we just give them the goods. You know what?
Obviously, I know what I mean. I
Hang on,
open your
I have
DM.
to line it up. I have to line it
I
up.
like
Oh,
her
I have to line it up.
bam.
Your chat gets
Oh,
safe for free.
okay. I'll help you. I'll put myself here because the camera's following me.
And also, like,
Do you know the muff?
technology soon in the future.
Your beans are very beanie.
That's the good colors.
I don't even know how to describe this. They're very like beanie.
Beanie. Today we step on Snowy. Today I almost fall over and break my neck.
Today on Top Gear, we explore feet beans, whatever. I'm gonna do like a, so I keep saying this, I wanna do a motorcycle thingy, bring it to Norway, and I wanna, before I go, I wanna make like a Top Gear intro. Like today on...
car do you...
And then like every day, because me and my friend are gonna actually record the way. We're not gonna stream, but we're gonna record it. So, like every day we go to the hotel to rest. I wanna edit like a little short thing, like Top Gear intro. Today, and then I just put the highlights. Today on Bottom Gear, we crashed and died. Meow 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 meow. I think it's gonna be fun. Like
Snowy,
months away.
do you have like your car license? Your driving.
I have, yeah. I hope I do, because otherwise I couldn't do it. Unless anyone catches me.
What kind of car do you drive?
Right now I have an electric EV.
Oh.
I drive
in a Saab, a 9.3.
Oh, those are cool. Actually.
And the build here is a 2001. It's the convertible.
I have a 2020 Peugeot. Pidgeot. I have a Pidgeot.
Headlight broke.
I don't believe that.
The chairs are broken, but
Hey, if it goes,
broken.
If it goes, it's fine.
I bought a new head unit as well for my car.
I guess if you say so. But you're still
Actually, this week
Sent you
I
something. Meant to be viewed for after stream if you know what I mean.
Was that
I
idea super
it.
delayed? What is happening with the streams today? And like, I think Twitch is shitting itself and everything else.
Yeah.
That took like 3 business days to come up.
Adorable.
Oh,
wait, that is not
me when I see S right here.
Huh? Right here. Right now. Right here.
Holy shit! Holy. Oh yeah. My interactions are turned on, so you can't.
I have the feeling we need an adult.
I am the adult, okay? I am the adult here.
That other one?
I'm very much an adult, okay?
The other.
I just act like a total retard.
One.
I have top and the bottom, yes.
Yes, that
I
one
can
was
do like
the
like fucking Undertaker thing. No, is it Undertaker or Kane? Like,
Snowy hates me now.
Why?
when I was a kid, I used to watch WWE a lot, and me and a friend of mine, you know when you're a kid and you think it's real, so we just fought and tried doing the moves in our living room. Meh, 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 meh. Keeping it, yeah, you gotta keep up with the new memes, okay?
You don't have unlocked this avatar yet, I'm sorry. Oh.
Damn.
What do I? Oh! Like the fucking, like the Lego thing. I used to be so upset because it was like playing Lego Star Wars and everyone was black and I'm like, what do I play with them?
What the?
Snowy.
Huh?
Aluminum.
That is so weird.
Oh, good.
Snowy.
I have thing. Oh, welcome back, man.
Yeah, I actually.
Are you playing Marvel
I'm
Outfit
looking
instead
to my
of
hands.
Present
So
Night?
this is really fucked. It fucks with my vision.
Yeah, I'm gonna dual wield them.
real?
Yeah,
Chad, look, it's aluminum. Aluminum, the famous aluminum.
No,
Go
my
say hi to
head.
Chad from
I
like
see
the
through
other
my fucking hand.
the other
Fucking
perspective. From
Oh,
the
okay,
other
fine.
side.
Oh, that
Whoa.
Finally.
Yeah, I'm stuck on standalone for.
You need to put like the smooth movement because you're like doing the snappy.
Yeah, I'm still using the default avatar. By the way, I did actually buy the Wii, by the way, but I didn't have any.
Good choice.
Preferences.
No, I can do this.
You gotta get the why are you bones?
I have to do this. Like maybe shoes or like.
I am your skeleton.
For some reason slipped in the shoe.
I am what's inside you.
I don't
Just
like the
rips
sound
out your
of that.
skeleton.
Steals your skeleton. Get fucked, idiot.
There you go. A Herbert Marshall.
Why is that not the blind? Was it? I think they can.
Entertainment. Can I? What is?
Hey, Caesar. Oh my god, he's a Goober J. Goober J. Goober J. Goober J.
LJ Goo.
Yeah, hello.
I give. Hi.
I love you. Oh, I actually, at first I actually thought it was Kevin, but I was like, it's not Kevin.
Let's go.
No, but if you want Kevin, I can get Kevin out. If I can find it. Again.
It's because Snowy.
Why?
Too much
What you
fish
get
for that fish.
for not joining more often.
Why? This is fully. This is mod abuse. Literally mod abuse.
There you go. Oh, have you heard of proximity chat? Yeah, the guy on Instagram that trolls lobbies.
Doesn't allow 18 plus.
I'm 300 hours on Resonate. I'm still not
developed.
in pain.
It's not staying at this place anymore. I'll glue this thing there with a piece of table. Oh no. Snowy lets the cat out. Wow. We have something to defend. Snowy, can you please
Whoa, not
stop
the
screwing
feet.
around?
Huh?
Can you stop screwing around? I will screw you. I'm out of metal.
I want to start
boy.
speeching people that I don't like the jokes from. The slap is so much better if you make it like really high.
Something else to fight against it.
I missed.
Yeah.
Hey, you fell on your own. I missed.
I sort of got snowy. There's only so much I can do. And it's definitely not that.
Wait, don't move, don't move, don't move. Wait, don't move.
Right, I try to get back there. Wait, get that ready, get that ready. Get the jump scare ready. LJ! Wait, shh, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Let him come, let him come. LJ! Come here! Come here! Come here, come here, come here, come here. He's basically Kevin. LJ! You hate me. Huh?
There's still
You
Kevin's
hate
over
me.
there. What is it?
Come here, come here, come here, come here.
Why are
No,
you-
look at my
what the-
face, look at my face, look at my face. Like in front of me.
What the heck?
Oh, shit. What the fuck was that? I hate this. I hate this.
Yo, actually worked, there's no way. Repeat this really fast. I've seen that one. I've seen that one. I've seen that one. I've seen that one. No. I like my Twitch account, bro. I'm okay.
Yeah. By the way, this is not the first time being in a stream. By the way, I already been in a stream with Decoy Coon, another Resonite streamer. If you want to know how chaotic a Resonite stream can get, just watch Decoy.
I'll get you next time. Okay, let's see how many you can go. Did you call me or was I booked only? Oh my god, it's the disappearing piggy. 07, they died.
Fuck you.
They died. They died. Actually died. Maybe.
No.
Man, screw this. I'm jerking off. I should end the stream like that one day. I'm not feeling this. I'm just gonna jerk off. Goodbye.
For free? On stream?
Just gonna jerk in your arms tonight.
My gift for you, the fish. Instead of a bucket of flowers, you can give them a fish. It works like.
I promise
so
the
much
fish
better.
has a hole, and I'm slightly concerned about that.
No! No! No hole. You're not fucking. I'm not adding DPS to the fish hole.
No, that was not what I meant. Oh no, what I meant.
No, don't point it down. Don't look at him. The
Alright,
fish
you
is
know
upset
what?
now. We're gonna call it jar.
Let's see if Snowy recognizes him.
I'm gonna put your face on the fish hole.
Snowy. Wait, I need other frame. There we go.
Nobody snows.
Out of
The
frame.
snow since
There we
me.
go. Now I'm out of frame.
Is it my fish? Oh, it is my fish. Oh no, it came out on my own. Sorry. Sometimes my fish just like can't restrain it. Oh, I know that.
Snowy, I can do a magic trick at. I can do a magic trick at the walls.
Oh no.
What the?
I don't see anything over there.
Wait.
It was really weird. But no, yes, gay person. You use your right fist, your right hand and fist. There you go. Ow!
Yes.
How long have you been subscribed?
I guess 3 months.
On stream?
4 or 5 years.
Oh, wait. Follow me. We're gonna do that to LJ. Ready? Go. LJ.
Yeah. Well, I'm T-stop now. T-stop.
What is it called when you like?
How do I do the?
Not yet, no. Only by name. I've heard the name a couple of times, but that's it. But you know, the funny thing is, I totally agree with that.
I am saving this. I am saving this.
Hey, listen!
This is not my favorite avatar. This is not my favorite avatar. You know, I don't have a Sona. I should make it my Sona. I'll make it black and white, and that's me. I'm this. You know what? Remind me of something. I need to hydrate. It's been a while and I'm sweating. Hydration break. Yeah, come on. No alcohol though.
Baby sweat, baby.
Good. That's for later.
To be.
And the fuck I remember now. Who? Where do you get all this shit?
This is Rice's old Abby, but yes.
Cute.
Or should I say, Mr. Laser Dome Man?
It's Mr. Laserman! It's Mr. Laserman!
Behind you.
It's kind of weird seeing the other side of the stream. It's kind of weird.
I know, right? I look super fucking awkward screaming around with the camera on me. I hate it.
That's already I've been in a Resonite stream, but not a PR chat stream.
Resonite is too complex.
Oh, yeah.
Resonite is complex.
Snowy, where the hell did Kira go?
Just like my free brain.
Kira left. Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yes.
That page.
It's my fun.
Bardic, you shouldn't be here now.
Is Bardic here?
Hello, I can explain.
Caught red-handed with a fucking red marble.
I can explain, okay?
Hi.
Thank you for the raid, okay?
Oh my god, you're so pretty.
Wow, violence on stream. Can we please report Snowy VR?
Oh god, we banged in Minecraft. I saw you banging in Minecraft. This is my new Sona Bardic. Do you like it? I'm this.
He can become anything you want. I still have to fix it.
What is happening? I don't know. See, I usually don't accept people while I'm streaming, right? And today I was like, I'm gonna accept people while I'm streaming. And anyway, yeah, things started happening, and now we're here. I don't.
Okay, how did you get this? Because
Don't
I
worry
know the
about
guy
it.
that made that.
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna be John worrying about it because I have to bully Tex now.
I have just bombed it for someone. I don't remember who.
Who's the? This is
Hey, hello. Oh, that was a good one.
Really not have left.
Hey, it's for the people, okay? We let it clone, okay?
True. True.
Oh, we got a banging Minecraft too, Bardic, one day.
Cute
Hello.
cat. Cute cat.
You know that.
Hello.
Please stop it.
This is my private avatar, Snowy.
I think you showed me on the meetup already.
You're
Yeah,
wearing gloves.
I remember. At the Bapper Beast.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I'm on a
Baba Beast.
Minecraft server.
Complete private.
The regular controller.
Yeah.
Looks cool.
I like this. A friend for me have made
I'm
this.
wearing gloves on my avatar, yeah.
Kevin, what the
And
fuck?
this is very good.
Sorry, I gotta start. I saw the one, but it's a really good avatar. I like the dual color.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's too big.
Okay, wait, I'm the big
Yeah.
Like really close.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? You gonna start talking to people like, hello. Oh my god, what's your name? You get close until you only see one eye.
And this is here's my two German friends and
hello German friends.
You know what? You can't touch me because he doesn't know I exist.
You did a good job. No, go back.
Kann ich nur zustimmen.
Oh.
Ja, danke.
A backpack.
Are you calling me fat? Oh man.
I don't know, I never used Resonance.
Can you grab the front?
LG augment.
LG,
I'm only using VR chat.
you know that meme where you like put your the super villains, they put their like feet on the ground and it explodes like. That's like me now with you.
I can do that.
LJ doesn't like me anymore, he doesn't like you, he doesn't like me. It's fine. What? Okay, we replace LJ, how about that? Was that a good deal? Look at this. A little bit less red, but
I know.
I'm joking. We'll never replace LJ. Shut up.
SMH. You don't deserve that.
Don't never replace LJ. We cannot. It's impossible.
Sakura will like take care of me. It's fine.
If I ever replace you, or like if I do something to you, like it's bad, I'm pretty sure they will murder me and then like go to you.
I have.
Wow! What the fuck? Stop coming on my stream.
I don't come. I'm just yawning.
You don't come. You need help with that. That pills and shit for that.
Anyways.
How about you just
condition. Hush, hush.
Anyways.
Oh,
the
Portuguese.
avatar seems vaguely familiar. You've been in a public instance.
Portuguese.
For everyone, so it will be safer for you.
Portuguese. How dare you? Did you die already because of the storm?
you.
No, fuck you.
No, I'm not in Lisbon, so. Power went out at 3 something a.m. Came back on an hour later, but there was no Wi-Fi.
You can see it's
So I spent the
Portuguese
whole
because
fucking day
you
with
have
no
the same
Wi-Fi.
accent as Zero.
I'm standing here.
It's kind of funny. Do I sound similar to you? I don't even know actually.
I don't think so.
My accent is very weird. You know, I don't even
Tickle,
know.
tickle, 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 tickle.
Illegal. You don't sound
The
like
chicken
I'm
is tickling
Portuguese,
you.
but I don't think I have ever sounded like that. Actually, I
This
sound
is me
Russian,
holding my hands
okay?
still.
Привет, my brothers.
Every day I gonna jerk. Oh hey. Of course, when I
What?
say this, he's coming around.
I thought we were gonna sing a song, like we're being wholesome and shit, and I'm like, I'm gonna jerk off all day, like what the fuck?
Listen, Snowy, wholesome when you're
Do
here.
your
there's like
balls
two
and
things that
glow,
ain't
do they
working.
wobble really slow?
Oh, Snowy. You can't be wholesome, can't you?
Can I answer back in like 2 days? I need to think about it.
I have to correct your answer very carefully.
I gotta think about the situation. Okay, I can't just like. This is very. It's gonna be rare for someone to sound like you. I don't really know where my accent is, honestly. I'm Portuguese. I speak English since I was like fucking 5 years old or whatever. And then I sound weird. I have like a weird Russian, like drunk Portuguese thing going on.
I got my soundboard working again, finally.
Oh god.
Oh no. Dear God.
Raul can get pretty close actually to my accent, which is kind of impressive. We always have a bit of any Portuguese.
I'm not being healthy today. I drink 3 liters of Monster.
That's a cutie that does amazing renders.
3 liters of Monster. I'll see you when you have an heart attack like next week.
This is public.
6 cans of Monster.
This is what we cover there. I don't make it.
It's not on one go, but it's spread over the day.
And I was you might find it offensive.
Monster later on.
That was one time we found like we went to a store that had bulk things and we bought 24 cans of Red Bull for like what $5 or something? Oh. Who has the fucking... Was that you? Is it a BMW like thing?
They are so cheap. 150. Num num num.
Nine, yeah, it was $9 and it was 24 cans of Red Bull. Sakura drank them all and she was shaking for like a week. And I was like, okay, no more Red Bull. We're not doing this shit again.
I'm not mean. I have sounds that can be mean, but I'm not gonna use them.
He put this here. I'm just showing you. I do a lot of jokes, okay, but did you just fucking steal my sound alert? Dick. Oh no, I was actually Ben. Never mind.
Not really. It's just causing.
I mean, I can put a lot of prints in.
Streaming. Well,
How much more shade art do you want?
Where's my inventory?
The Italian is gonna join back.
Hold on. I have the perfect thing. Okay. I'm gonna teach you. You get the mayo. You grab this print and you just look at someone like this. Did you wash your ass
today?
It's interesting that I don't float here. Oh, pick one.
Oh, this is
LJ.
I don't know where the first one went. Somewhere.
Okay.
Yay!
I'm gonna cuddle the LJ.
So, and just for good measurements, we sort of fanboy in here.
I found the
Jesus! Bro, you Portuguese, stop spending money. You're poor, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, don't worry, I'm very bad at this. I actually printed postcards that have.
I know how it works. That. Don't do that.
Oh, this is this one.
Thank you.
The shiny one, yeah, the shiny one is people's favorite.
Oh. I'm gonna be honest. Whenever someone gives me subs and they're in the world, I hate it because then I'm like, I don't know what to say, and I'm like super fucking awkward. I'm like, yeah.
It's like literally comfy mode activated.
Yeah, nice. Good job.
It's fine. It's fine.
Good job.
Oh, they're naked. Oh, okay, they're unnaked.
Oh, my neck.
I'm on naked motherfucker.
Fucking hell.
I'm gonna use this today. Don't ask. You basically made the stream with it. Yeah. Kind of.
See anything?
I didn't even know you were streaming though.
You don't want soft sex? Wait,
No.
insert it in me.
I'm redeeming
like
it.
a fucking coin.
Yeah.
You're trying to put it in me like a coin.
Come on. Work.
Oh my.
What is it?
How do I redeem this? Is it like a card? Like
That's not how the LJC
I don't
works.
steal my coupon.
I don't have titties, so you can't just like fucking credit card it.
I want to read
Maybe like
You talk to
I'm gonna redeem this. Hold on, I'm gonna redeem this.
She's a cat.
No, hold on. It's like it works. It works like, oh, you're gonna save it. Hold on, they're copying the coupon.
Yeah, cool.
We gotta redeem it. Hold on.
Please. Please. Aww.
There you go. Already been dead on that.
Do not redeem. Say coupon. Oh, I'm Michaela. What the?
Overdue. I know that's the thing. It's like I saw you so often. It's like Jesus.
Oh my god.
Wait. 2025. Wait. What was that? Oh no, I think it was. It may be. Unless you rebranded, I think you're a different person. My brain is lacking, but my ass is packing. Give me that shit. I need this.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Which one is this one? Yeah. Fucking hell.
Hell yeah.
Hey Snow, you need a darkie. You need a darkie bench.
I need to start collecting it like this.
Oh, okay. Oh, the one where you change your model.
It's from short.
Yeah.
I know a person with the gay L model, something similar, so I was like, whoa, what the fuck? But I don't think it's you.
Just play this thing.
You guys
Oh,
have all
wait, I
the
forgot I had
most
that.
fucking sus streams ever. I run it a lot.
That's the perfect one for Snowy. Hey, you want to know a devious trick to do in a public lobby?
What? Let me get my chair. Hold on, I gotta sit down for that.
Had many people open for it.
Oh no.
Yes, Snowy, perfect.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna use this for
what you do
later.
is you find. So what you do, you find the quest shutting down sound effect and just use it in a public lobby. For
Wait, do it now and
example-
see if someone.
But can you send them later?
That's the second part.
If I remember.
Dragon.
You guys are nasty. You guys are nasty.
We're not nasty.
So I start master on the 2nd of February. Good luck, man. You're gonna be a master like me. We can be both me masters. Oh, hello. I have a lap LJ.
Can be
I
a
have
witch.
I have achieved the lap LJ.
Let me just.
That's gay.
No, fuck that.
Or I can just.
Wow. No, that sounded like project management. Oh, Mr. Domino's gonna manage me, huh? Can you be a good manager? Don't be a shit manager. Don't be a shit manager. Throbbing? What is throbbing? What do you mean?
Why is it throbbing?
I'm not throbbing!
Hey, LJ.
Your heart.
LJ.
If you want an LJ hug, you
it's
should
on
go
your
in VR and get an
stomach.
LJ hug.
Huh?
It's a
I'm not
heartbeat.
stupid. Lucia, come here. Come here.
Why?
Put your head
I
right
can't
here.
have a heart?
On the tummy.
Oh, fuck.
No. Right here.
Just
closer,
rips
right
your
here,
heart
right here.
out.
Another one.
See, you can hear.
The fembo left.
You look like an alien.
So cute.
They're pee-pee throbbing.
What?
Excuse me, what the actual fuck are you doing with my...
Why are you in my ass? Can you leave? I'm giving birth to you. Bad. That's not how we do kids in VR. You don't need to come out of there. It's fine. You can just walk.
Anyways.
You didn't have Master Spiral, so I had to pick something.
No,
I mean, project management, like, if it goes well and you get, like, skills in some, like, some domain, you gotta pick a domain, kinda. You can get very, very successful.
True. It's true.
You can do art in your free time.
Because the reason, because I'm in real life also tiny.
How small are you, Arrow? I'm sure this one's fun.
Wait,
1.70 m.
I never did get that.
That's not that small.
I'm gonna sound annoying, but I'm gonna remind you about the
Like, going such that was too much for me.
party where
Going
I
to
was
coding
thinking
in 2026 is very scary because you're either gonna be replaced by AI or get no job because you're a junior and it's really easy to replace you. So, project management or hardware.
Because I was like, where's the latest
What?
one? And I was like, oh, not too much.
What?
Ding, ding.
I'm gonna sound annoying.
I already
but
saved that one.
I never did get that pick from
What
Rise
pick?
Party where I'm in Hero Savvy.
Yeah, of course, you mom.
Do I have it?
It's just
Oh.
pointing, it's like,
You took a pick. I know you did.
Was it in my PC or in Goose's PC? Now I gotta find it.
Good question.
Snowy,
Yeah?
I can do a magic trick at the wall.
Okay, let's go see this. I'm scared.
Oh, no.
What is it?
Dear God.
Which wall? I'm following you.
Over here.
Whenever someone says magic trick, I'm like,
I can disappear.
Yeah, so can I.
I can see you. I know, you can toggle off the walls on this.
Yeah, you can let
You can turn it off, yeah. Whoa! Crashes into you. Pharaoh, hi.
Hello, those are my thighs. Those are my thighs.
Yeah, they're squishy. All of LJ is squishy.
Help! I'm like, you know when you have a cat, right? And you hold it, and the cat hates it, and it's like...
Can't remember how the meme
like, shut the fuck up and love me, like... "Wah."
The cat tolerates you, that's what it does.
Help!
Yes.
Help! Help!
Anyways.
Help!
Anyways,
I do have to go.
Ah,
I'm
that was
probably
that
gonna
was that was
remind you
a
in
trap.
DMs
Pull,
about that
gotta
pick
pull you
later,
in.
if I
LJ, lock,
remember.
quick, quick, grab, lock it, lock it. Yeah, there you go. Good night.
Damn. You're stuck here now.
It's
Anyways.
a LJ blanket, a blanket J.
You can end the stream.
No,
Blanket
I was saying
LJ.
good night because of the LJ blanket.
And L-Janket.
L-Janket. L-Janket.
L-Janket.
I love jank.
Here you go, blanket.
I'm a floating
blanket.
Pop it, twist it.
I had to set a proper payment for my work and every proper prices so you need to but go ask some people who actually has been you know in commissioning a while because it's kind of hard to find out your prices. I've heard it from everyone who's setting up. They're like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to price my shit. Meow, 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 meow.
Things.
Why do you never
I
have
have to
battery when I'm online? You gotta charge me before
It's
you
a
go.
tracker on my head. I don't charge my shit because I rely on battery banks.
I'm gonna look very sad until you do.
SMH.
And I have face tracking, so I'm actually sad IRL. Look.
My fucking. I'll be.
SMH.
Oh, what can I replace here? Oh.
Anyways, Snowy, I have to go. I'm probably gonna be annoying in DMs about that pick if you can find it again.
Yeah, I'll try and find it. Come be sad with me to make him feel bad.
SMH.
Why do you do this?
Where's my can again? Wait a second.
This one's adorable.
Broken hands.
And LG.
Yeah, this one is a cute. This one is a really cute bean. This one.
Oh, you're using it? Good job.
Yes. You are.
My
very
head
cute.
is starting to
You
hurt
are
from the
very
quest,
cute
so I
bean, yes.
may end it soon-ish. Soonish. Hello. I have a feather on my face.
Slanish? Huawei issues.
Huh?
I still need to update my cat. I want my cat updated. But it doesn't have the thickness.
Oh, hey! Whoa.
Yes.
Bow, 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 bow. I'm making
I
biscuits.
gave you a smooch on your nose.
Thai biscuits.
There you go.
Oh, is that a normal thing on the Mario? Oh, you have a tick Mario.
Hell no.
Man, you guys have all the DGen mods. I'm just here like full vanilla with a few piercings.
Oh.
I'm not jiggler at all.
That's like little candies. You can just like.
Yeah.
Also, you know what is weird? You know what is weird with that I experienced like a few last times.
Wow.
I lost weight. But
people have extra strategies now in this game.
Everything I lost weight except my thighs.
That's a good thing. I would like that.
I like it. I'm a fanboy,
I would like
so
lose
I
weight
like
on the
it.
bad things. I'm not a degen. I'm just sitting here. If you hear the stuff everyone was talking about and showing, I'm like so normal, honestly. Don't look at. Do not shake your head in disappointment. I saw that.
Yeah, Snow is definitely wholesome.
Yeah, see, I have wow approval.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
normal.
Just
Not
like,
even
yeah,
normal.
like with the body, like with the body pillows.
Definitely.
My body pill is safe. What do you mean?
Yeah, but the website's not.
Just ignore the other body pills.
Yeah.
Listen, they ask you if you want to see sus when you join. If you say yes, it's your own fault.
I don't care. I don't like.
I would get one of them. I still can't. I
Revenge.
still looked at the
Never
internet
forget.
and I cannot find it.
I hope my co-workers are not on Steam now and see me play VR shit for like 4 hours. I'll be like, Yeah, I can't play. I can't play Ark Raiders with you guys today. Sorry, something came up, and I'm just like 5 hours playing VR chat. Can we hide games from like other people?
Yeah, because it's graders with me sometimes, and they know my username is Love Juice.
VR
It's a very
chat? No
dangerous
way.
situation. And they have my Steam handle and everything.
I hope they join one day and we're just being the most degen thing ever and just like
No.
They'll join like just on your cover. Let's go. Yo guys, look at this.
He's pulling his cock out.
Pulling his cock out.
You're so pretty.
I really enjoyed the
Whoa,
stream
Matrix.
because I was asleep.
Is that shiny?
Also,
I am so
Snowy,
lost.
You're the same. Did you know that you're also the same height as Holly?
170 something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 173 or 5. I don't remember. I haven't measured myself in ages.
I am 170.
67.
Whoa.
6'7"? No way. You're cursed. You have the cursed, cursed height.
I was like for years 169. Dude,
You grew.
it's 2026, please.
Yeah,
It's not like he can change his age.
Meme reset.
Yeah, but that's how it has been since 2008. Okay, that's how been Dolphins 2008.
The 6'7" meme for me will die when I get the Olafia Blues 6'7", and then I'll stop.
You want to see something cursed? You want to see something cursed? Google 6'7". Go open Google and type 6'7".
Is it the kid
Or
thing?
just make math.
Just type 6'7" on the top of Google. Google 6'7".
What?
Oh god, don't tell me Google did the 6'7" thing. There's no way. Hold on. Just skip the... I don't want to skip. I already have plans. It's gonna be me, Ank, and Wolfie. Because 6'7", you know?
Do you also know those electric bikes, like those fat bikes?
Oh my god, Google does 6'7". There's no way. Chat, Google
Like
6'7".
6'7" numbers or 6'7" by words?
Just say 6'7" number. 6'7" on Google. Google does this. I'm not even...
Okay, incognito mode.
Oh fuck, it doesn't say. Not even on the armor.
No, it just does this.
Oh fuck, no! Nah!
Yeah!
Hell nah! God damn it, Google.
Some engineer that is like, there's some engineer at Google that is being paid like $500,000 a year for this shit.
Just to write some like two or three lines of code.
I mean, being like a software engineer, I'm pretty sure that this is like some guy that does this for fun. This is something I would do when I have free time on my company. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Well, okay, listen, I have been standing the whole fucking time. Screw you, Foodman, okay? I have the right to sit down and look cozy on at the end. I'm tired. It's been 4 hours. And I did leg day a few days ago, and I can't walk.
Can't walk?
I can walk, but it's like stiff and scary.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, fuck you. You know, go away. Sure. Don't press X, you asshole. Could have lived down.
Now I can't unsee it.
A million people. You know the biggest VR games, a game called Odd.
You know, it's so funny because like I'm streaming right now and I'm sitting down and all you guys are behind the camera staring at me and it's very awkward. You can just like, you can join me, you know? I feel so weird.
Okay, time to leave.
Wait
a sec.
No, come back!
Where do I go?
Yeah, but that is also technically the casual.
Like having chat watching me is fine, but having actual people staring at me, I feel so awkward. No.
No.
Let's just stare more at him.
That's a chat. Chit chat.
You're the real chat.
Chat.
Hi.
I'm gonna do a stream one day, but I'm gonna be like, oh, we're gonna stream in VR, and I don't stream. It's just you just join the world and stare at me.
You know what this character is.
It's technically equivalent of streaming. It's weird. Wondering why he's sitting. I am tired.
Just stare at him menacingly. No.
Whoa, big.
Killing light? Something?
That's just hot. That's not menacing.
Seem familiar.
Menacing apparently.
Connie Hawkins. Connie Hawkins. Her name is Connie Hawkins?
Whoa.
Like the figure out of the Bible.
It's like a.
I'm not related to that.
We need to open a YouTube channel that's like the press thingy, but with beans.
Kane Hawkins.
Stockpiling my points for another tweet.
It's actually an anagram, so.
Why can't we? My head is starting to hurt. I may need to end. The quest is like,
I remember from the past. Every letter has.
Why don't you plug it in like always?
No, I'm fine. It's just like my head is hurting because it's really uncomfy.
Oh.
It starts hurting like above my eyebrows a lot, like actually physically, not just like. Man,
you don't have a pooper.
You have to which headset do you have again?
Trigger it.
Quest, bro. No, I'll just left. LG left. What the fuck? Get the Halo style stripe. Can I participate with that? Hold on. I like this.
Very awesome game.
I don't hear anything.
Wait a second. Let me check if.
You're stinky. You gotta take a shower.
You're also stinky. Come here.
Question.
Maybe because of your
You're licking my dark side. Be careful. It's stinky.
Question. You know this character from which game it is?
I'm still new user.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh.
What the hell?
No one does.
What the fuck is happening?
What the hell?
Is the shooter? If it's a shooter, I don't know.
Accept the friend request.
Yep.
Not many people play the same game as you play.
That you're not taking.
Okay.
From people, yeah, there was a lot of people playing this game.
For everybody.
Back in PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
And Xbox, bro. I don't remember anything.
It only had 3 games. At the same fucking name, I only changed one thing at the end.
I don't hear anything.
If you say the name, I probably
I don't hear
remember.
anything.
Army of 2.
I don't remember. Wait, no, yeah! No. On the PS3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the co-op thing? I think I remember this.
Thing with me, you don't have a booper.
There was Army of 2, Army of 2 40th Day, and Army
Oh
of
my
2
god.
The Devil's Cartel.
So you have Army of 2, Army of 2-2, and Army of 2-3.
I played the 3 of them.
If you boot the nose, it takes about 10 to 20 seconds, and then he starts to sneeze.
Ugh.
It's a very awesome game.
I love
I gotta get like a Halo strap. I was thinking about getting the one with the battery attachment, so you can just hot swap it instead of having a power bank.
Oh yeah, because
But it's expensive.
Only got like 5 hours in this game.
Plug it in. No worries. You'll get a user in no time when so many people are around, so it's totally fine.
Meh. Sorry, I'm tired. My brain is slow.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, I turned off my camera. First person. I would keep you if you level me.
I found Calvin.
Huh?
I found Calvin.
Wee.
Calvin is gone again.
But did you hit?
Let me go. Wait, where's my
Lamb.
Are you guys fighting the big, like a big final boss?
I got an LED panel
At least in Resident you can make yourself invisible.
Hi George, what's up?
Floodlights.
You make yourself online, offline.
Oh the hell!
Ow. No ceiling. No good.
Yo, John, welcome back.
Need to be more careful. Wait a second. This is the headlamp.
You don't have audio.
How you doing? I'm doing fine. Just like kind of been streaming for a while, so I'm like super tired. But I'm existing a little bit. Maybe. My head is hurting really badly. I want to do some audience underneath fingers, but probably do it like another day, honestly. You have music, you like vibing. Of course.
Oh, you mean
You've been not hydrating at all, that's why. Maybe. No, but okay, let me explain. It's not a headache. Like my head isn't hurting like that. It's a physical thing from the headset. It's like discomfort on the eyebrows. The Quest Pro. Do you have the Quest Pro? You have the same like on top of your like forehead. It starts like hurting a little bit after a while. Yeah, so it's not only me. Maybe I might have a weird shaped head. I don't know. But I need to buy maybe some attachment for the thingy. Because it's like a battery.
Oh my god, like a dog.
This is a normal thing that it's programmed to the Wii.
The index gives the same pain, but it's kind of slower because you have the drop strap. You can hold it in your head instead of the forehead, and it drops a lot of weight.
Textures were made by my wife.
You have a wife?
Yeah, I'm married.
My wife?
Imagine being
Why?
Because I
love her. Married now.
LJ ready for the government shutdown, man. Does it mean you're gonna have time to join though? Oh no, you gotta work anyway, never mind. Huh?
I am going to hop off.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Yeah.
And you too. You guys have fun, yeah.
Okay.
Night.
Good night. I'll probably go to bed in what time is it actually? Midnight.
Yeah, almost midnight.
Oh.
Exploded.
I can hear you singing.
Where's Yerzy? Did he got off? Got off. Bitch. Yerzy got off.
Hyder doesn't know. Hyder doesn't help. You want some?
I was gonna say hi. And he left.
Time to what?
Yeah.
Time to well.
You're welcome.
Why do you have to press the menu button in order to
I refill it, hold on.
You just click on them and just get them.
Oh yeah, gummies.
Are we keeping future recurring character number 5? Maybe. Yeah, I accept anyone to be recurring characters if they want to.
Oh no.
He died.
Hey, Snowy.
Fuck! Jesus! Fuck! I was drinking! We can just fucking... Oh!
Snowy.
You fucking jump scared me! Oh! You get out of nowhere.
VR chat scares.
Okay, what? What the fuck?
You good?
I was drinking. I almost choked. Wow.
You know what I would do to this Oreo?
Yeah, from fucking.
I don't like where this is going. Okay, well, hold on. What? Yeah. Is it weird?
Like...
I keep saying I'm not a degenerate. I'll protect you. Don't worry. You're safe. Stay back, you degenerate.
Touch hands. That's so By the way, Snowy.
Wipe it.
Huh?
I'm wiping it like
What is technically no?
Wait! Wait.
Apparently.
Is that what?
You're a furry? You're not a furry, you're just wearing an avatar.
I'm gonna just continue doing this for like 3 hours straight like I did to my friend.
It's a good chest exercise.
I don't really consider
Yeah.
anymore.
You should get some dumbbells and just like...
Yeah.
Mere coincidence.
I think
I will in like summertime, like in like when summer hits, I will be moving. And it might be in Trondheim or closer.
Probably.
That's like up.
Mainly live.
Which
Right.
is normal.
That's down. Stinchhead is above Trondheim.
They just grew out of it, or just life happens and just.
Because it
It's on the
goes like
left?
Stinchhead, and then Stjørdal, Trondheim, and then Oslo, and then
Oh,
Trondheim,
okay.
and then
Yeah.
your place.
Active in the fandom. The only thing I do.
So I will be technically living 2 hours
2,
closer.
3, yeah.
Or just being the shy bean as I'm
So
Too
y'all.
closer.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
Well, have a good guess.
But Snowy.
Hello, tracking.
I joined your stream before like a little bit, and were you shaving your beard?
Yeah, I haven't shaved now.
Midstream shaves beard.
They voted it. I was like, ah, fuck it. Next time I need to turn off my suppression though. Tomorrow we're gonna shave my balls. I mean, what?
Shave my balls.
Go bald? Yeah, nah. PayPal me 20k and I will go bald. Okay, right now. I'll just like shave it.
20k?
Not crowns.
What's your vips? What is your vips?
Not crowns.
That is okay. That is okay. What
Not
is your
rubles.
vips?
That's kind of gaming. I think like your job is just more important with your job.
How much is rubles? It's like
20,000
$2.
yen.
People leave furry because of life and just to search.
I would not shave for 20k crowns, man. Nah, that's too low.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, just to relax.
It would technically, if I were to drive from where I am to you, it would technically be like 2,000 or 1,500 just in like in the booth tolls. What the hell?
Gate officer.
Yeah, you guys have like really expensive tolls here.
That's not police.
Yeah.
No. It is
No!
How can I explain that?
But there's no way.
For
You have a car, right?
Giant.
What car is it? What car is it?
Well, I have a Peugeot electric.
I'm responsible for dangerous
Oh.
goods.
What?
And for
PG?
customs.
Peugeot. It's a
So-
Peugeot.
You're working custom.
Peugeot, the tiger thing.
Oh, Peugeot!
Yeah, Peugeot, whatever it is.
I'm not at this point
No.
here that
Or
you
as
would
the
say
Americans
I'm
say it,
just
Peugeot.
like an
Peugeot. I don't think they
officer
say it
with
because they don't have it.
stuff, who's
Shade.
opening
Is this
shipping
you?
containers and just checking if they are rigged with
Have you seen the video? Like, get the fuck out of here.
But I live here in Germany.
What is that?
Oh,
What is
no!
that?
It's my ball. I can throw it. And then, like,
Return to snow.
Not a security guard, a little bit
Go get it.
higher tier.
I like
Did I
throwing
say
it, and then like
a bit over a security
someone
guard.
eventually just brings it.
I'm kind of like responsible
Here.
for making
Huh?
sure that the
You see this?
Actually, I am actually planning on getting like a Volkswagen. My dream first car is
Das Auto.
at the moment a Volkswagen Scirocco.
Oh, I like the Scirocco. One of my friends has it in Portugal, and
The
it's
ship is correct.
probably gonna give you some issues,
That
but
makes
it's cool.
sense why you're not involved with furry.
Yeah.
That is so
With the
hard.
Scirocco, you
Obviously.
specifically want a 2011 or a newer one because if you get a 2010 or older, you will have a timing belt engine problem. Always.
We have someone over there who does this stuff, and he's smoking his.
Run, get it, go get it, go get it.
next to a container which is
Wait, hold on, hold on.
rigged with dangerous goods, which are very explosive. Please help
I mean,
us.
you have a lot of muscles in real life, I have a feeling.
Go fetch.
That's true.
Not really.
We like playing
Okay,
fetch.
he's not getting it.
They look exactly like
The
my
back
wife.
conversation. I'm zoning out. It's two VWing together. Like
I am very, very thin.
that's just
Like
weird.
my wee-wee. I'm very, very, I'm very, very light.
Your chat tastes good.
I'm a
Good job.
You could say I'm a twink, but I'm not. Yeah.
You gotta train you a little
And
bit
you're
before you
straight,
can
so-
come back on streams.
I'm
Obviously.
sure
that's so
Get
That's
rid of
why
all the
it doesn't
habits.
work, But
No, I was
the
being
problem is
cute,
I
not
always get
poking you.
mistaken with a fanboy, but I'm not a
You're
fanboy.
kicking- Oh.
Let's put it like this. Whoa.
I have tons of emojis of my friend doing like face expression.
Looks like he's taking your shit on that one, not gonna lie.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mom.
Oh, hi, Mark. We need to train you. Fucking smack.
Afternoon. Well, evening, but afternoon.
Lucia.
Ah!
Oh.
I'm a new user.
Killing me again.
No worries. I just wanted to
Hey,
stop
Lucia.
by.
Oh.
Say
Say
Question. I did unlock custom avatars before even getting new user.
Oh, maybe they changed it.
Yeah, I got a message and you can unlock custom avatar, even though I'm still like visitor.
Oh, can I like?
You say, are you a visitor? Hold on, I think you're not a visitor anymore.
I'm a new user now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just got it today.
See, told you, it is really, really fast if you're in a big
My
instance.
ball!
There it goes. No,
Oh,
Bye, Snowy.
give my ball
I'm
back.
going again because
That was fast.
everything's breaking.
It took me
Go, thank you for joining.
There goes my hand.
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, stuff is breaking, my head is hurting, so I'm going again.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna have off in a bit too.
Fucking take care.
Say
Bye.
There we go.
Say
Anyway, I am gonna go switch switch dimensions. I'm gonna
You
switch
can eat my balls.
dimensions now.
Great, tasty. And green.
Hey, I'm
You know
holding
what
your
I need?
snow.
Switch dimensions.
Oh. Power bank.
The other game.
I'm so tired. Can you tug Lucia's tail?
Oh no.
You can tug anyone's
That's
tail.
at my play space. I would never. What am I head
When are you
That's
usually
mine.
on, actually?
Nice to see you.
Oh,
Here on
dear.
your chat, you mean? Thank you for
Yeah,
the
not
Jesus
right
last
tonight.
fucking night. You did that. What the heck?
Where are you?
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, what the fuck? Did I teleport or something?
So,
I've been streaming for a while, so I think I'm gonna end and relax a
I'm wearing
bit.
right now.
I mean,
Guys, if you want to, you can arrest the camera while I pick someone to raid. It's your final.
Then I'm either in desktop
Let me
mode
see.
or
Who do we have?
in VR mode. It depends on the situation. If I'm DJing, then I'm in desktop mode. If
I actually want to
just
stream for
here
longer
to
than 4
hang
hours
out,
today,
then
but my
maybe
head is
I'll
hurting. I'm
enjoy
really tired. Maybe tomorrow.
still
Maybe
waiting
tomorrow.
to
We're gonna do long.
get myself some
Yeah,
good
you can
Let me find a new
them,
furry
of
on the VR category, and we're gonna just raid him. Someone who I don't know. Let's
because
see.
of the meetup.
Let's see. This guy is Russian, so you guys are not gonna understand his shit.
Club Neon.
Hello,
Nice to see you.
Are you playing Crimson?
yes,
Are
you
you
can
also
join.
playing the Mask of Crimson the Fox?
And let's see this guy. Hold on.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm gonna switch dimensions.
You know what? Let's arrest this person, chat. And that is about to start. We're gonna snooze it. I saw you harassing me.
You're gonna hop on
We're
this
gonna
one?
raid Iron Lowell's main chat.
I'm going for
So, what the fuck? How am I over here?
Your camera's over there.
I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna have You Laugh You Lose with fake Snowy, by the way, and versus me, the real Snowy. I think, unless he's sick, but we'll see. Hello.
Hi. Nice to see
Thank
you
you
again.
for joining. It was nice. Sorry, I need to say bye to them and be like all awkward and like say things when people are staring at me. Bye, Red. Bye, Ben. Forget about the aftercare. I saw it on stream. Bye, Reg. Bye, everyone. I'm really fucking exhausted. Raid message. Just scream. Just go ah. Just go ah. Bye bye. What is that? Bah. Bah. Bah bah bah.
Don't forget to smile.
Bah bah bah. You guys wanna say? Oh wait, no. I gotta do the classic thing I did before. I give this to one person to say something. You wanna do something before they leave?
Ah.
Oh wait, we gotta go.
6-7.
There you go.
fucking God.
Perfect. Hell yeah. So I was just looking at the stream we were gonna raid, and there's a person with S out. So I apologize if you don't like that. What the fuck are they? I don't know what they're doing. This is gonna be a regret raid. Well, goodbye. Go see some ass, chat. You
job.
deserve it. You deserve it.
Embarrassing raid, good job.
It's just ass. I know what they're doing.